Alright, hi YouTube, VOD watchers, and anyone just joined the stream. Sorry, to anyone waiting in the pre-room live chat thingamabob, yeah. I will not be surprised if everyone who was waiting is now gone. I had a lot of stuff to do before stream. In fact, the past 2 days for me have been extremely busy. Like, to an absurd amount. Sorry, I just dropped my controller. Okay, like I said, sorry, I was even going to, push back the time thing when I said of when it said I would be going live. But, I was simply too busy. So, here we are in, Skong, in silksong. And, I'm trying to remember what the plan was other than, Oh, yeah. So, the plan for this, stream is we're going to be going for clawline. So I guess there's a Ventrica station right there. From there, I'm actually not sure what else I have to do. But I do know that we, at a certain point, have to go... Well, no. I could fight cogwork dancers. That opened up a lot of other places on the Citadel. That does remind me. I need to look up all of the Green Prince's locations. Hear weird noises outside. Oh wait, he's not free yet. Never mind. I forgot he's not free yet. God, this is so horrible. This is so horribly scuffed. I just got swamped with things to do after a certain point. Like, I got a call from my dad. And you know how it is with parents. Whenever they call you... it was like a joke. I saw a joke post about it recently. Something about, when your dad asks for help and it turns into like 12 hours of unpaid labor. After he said it'd be quick. This is basically what I just went through. So yeah, sorry. Quarrel chambers. Okay, so... Apparently shows up after we live out in the Quarrel Chambers and after we fight the Cogwork Dancers. Okay. So I guess that would mean, if I am going to fight Cogwork Dancers, which I am not, then we'd have to let out Green Prince. And I'd rather avoid that right now. So instead, we're going to go down into Underworks and start getting all that sorted out. Sorry. You could tell I'm like mad disoriented. Because, I'll be honest, as of right now, I do not feel like the best in the sense of, I feel a little dizzy and have a headache. Oh, I was looking for one of you. Okay. Down here. problem. Now that I think about it, is there... Oh, there is another way into Underworks. Through the Wisp Thicket. I was about to say, because outside of that, I think this is actually, like, the only way into Underworks that I can think of. I love the fact that the game spawned me at 1 health. Okay. I thought I heard it raining for a second. No, I'm just schizo, apparently. Alright, here we are in Underworks. Okay, an unfun area. For that reason. Okay, we have 2 more lore entries to read now. Under Poke, drained worker on the verge of collapse, consumed by the haunting, they continue to work far beyond their mortal limits. Under Loft, or Loft? I think it's Loft though. Exhausted bug grown sickly from the smog of the Underworks. The workers a twist pin, sorry. Once tools of repair now serve as spun projectiles. We got those. What are you doing, Hornet? Another lore entry. Underworker, feeble servant of the Underworks, with long twist pin and hard shell. Okay, this time. I have no memory where the map for this place is now I think about it. I know obviously you do not buy it, but I have no memory where it is. Is it here? Cannot read the sign. Yeah, it is. A crude map of the Underworks. Take. And there we go. How many pins do I have? 3. Exact. Okay. That is not preferable. So I think this leads to an enemy encounter of some kind. Do you have anything to say? I am unmuted, right? Yeah, I should be. Yeah. Let me possibly lower the game down a little. Just make sure. Oh, I forgot. Before the stream even started, I got a bunch of, lore entries. So I have to read all those. I forgot to do that. God, I'm so scatterbrained all over the place. Yeah, for literally all the remaining things on this list. So, what did I get, if I can remember? You are not one of them. I don't believe it was any of the pilgrims, minus the covetous one. Not any of you. This one I know I got. Their heavier bells armor them well against my strikes, but against that oppressive heat, can they help it at all? Or can they help at all? What else? None of you guys, I know that for a fact. None of the craws and stuff. Oh, these ones. The threat of their explosive or exploding rear is an effective deterrent to predators, but the slightest jolt or fall can cause its premature end. More dangerous in the moment of its explosive and corrosive death than it ever was in life. I'm not sure about that one, Hornet. What else did I get? None of you I know. Oh yeah, the Drillard. Once aroused, the bug will crash its steely hide into walls, floors, and foes. None of you guys. Maybe you guys? I think? Like fabric somehow sprung to life, its pelt is perfectly matched to the rags it infests. This one too. Farlam's structures seem almost built for them. The endless corners and cracks so perfect for mites, for mites to burrow and nest. All right, and then all these guys to work on, and then basically all the choir enemies. Bugs like these cross the caves to bring me to Farlam. I cut down many before my capture. Then I had thought them minded. Wait. Then I had thought them minded and cunning. Now I see the singular will that haunts them all. Once one of Farlam's favored bugs, and yet their domain and their shell would have been the first to fall to the haunting. Did this one grow large thanks to the Citadel's excess, or was it formidable, or was its formidable size the reason it ever survived to reach this place? I think, yeah, definitely you. Farlam proves often the effectiveness of bells as weapons. Never before had I considered them as such. I think I already read this one in the last stream. For this bug to have survived, yeah. Time allowed this one to grow thick, all the better to batter their targets. Their use of pin shows hard training. Their use of silk unfurled from a spool held close shows skill far beyond. Sorry, I just heard a car start outside. Shows skill far beyond standard bugs. A form well suited for combat, lithe and fast. No surprise it seems to rank so high amongst its cult. This bug bears a spool of silk which they flail to attack. Though somewhat crude, theirs is a technique much reminiscent of weavers. I wonder who taught them such use. And then these ones I never got properly. More effective an opponent than would be guessed. The peculiarity of its winding domain can make even its simple assault a challenge. Sorry if you hear barking. I do not think my dog liked the ignition of a car engine suddenly. I do believe that is all of the entries I got, though, off stream. At least all the ones that matter right now. But we got that. Bone scroll over here. So now we just explore the rest of this godforsaken place. Another one. Under scrub, drained yet dedicated laborer wields a coarse steel brush. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Do not remember. Oh, mistimed that entirely. Also, one thing about these enemies, they do not seem to like any kind of spell whatsoever. Usually after one use, they're in kill range, or just you can hit them once and it kills them. Or in some cases, it just insta-kills them. Like Threadstorm and such. Undercrank, heavy hard-shelled worker, forever repairing the Citadel's crumbling underworks. We need 3 more. What is this? Shard bundle, because of course, as if I need any. Oh, apparently I have an extra one of these. Nice try. I believe there's something above, if I recall correctly. Yep. Another entry, alright. Undersweep uses their steel bristled pin to scrub the soot from vents and pipes. More of these. Good job, Hornet. I definitely wanted a ledge crack there. Lot of nothing. First NPC. We're going to do this for the minute and something seconds it takes. Thank you for the 1 rosary.
Who is there? Me cannot clear see.
Hello, Loom. At least, at ease, large one. I am no danger to you.
Me see you now. So clear. So lively. Surely you did come from above. Me time has come at last. Me work is done. You come to bring me up. Up.
You mistake me. I am no resident of the Citadel. I'm a stranger here, though no foe to you.
Stranger, me grave mistaken. Forgive me. Them's above.
Gee, I just remembered the sound Waspag made in this video when he was going over Loom's dialogue. The horror that threw me off. Sorry. Thinking about Mossbag makes you laugh sometimes. Where was I?
For me, unworthy hope. Of course, me's work not done. Harder. Me must work harder.
Okay.
The harder me work, the sooner it come. Them above, them watch me. Watch us, always. Work hard, and us will go up.
Sir, I fear you are long forgotten by your masters. Should you not rest? The burden this toil is placing on your shell is plain to see.
You speak strange. Me cannot rest. Us work, and Citadel breathes, and them above do sing, and all is right. And us works enough. Them sees it. Them sees it, and us gets us holy reward.
He speaks funny.
Peter nodded.
May I ask what you know of the citadel above you, sir? You go to much effort to reach it.
The Citadel, the most miracle of place, great and holy. Fresh water for all. Much can drink, air so clean, can see the great rose above. When me thinks of Citadel above, me works hardest of all.
Should be all the dialogue.
He cannot speak much more, friend. Must, or them watching. Must keep working.
And we're done. Lore dialogue. Give. For your light. The shell, still strong. More. Me see work. Harder, longer. More. Okay, I think that's all the dialogue. But that is Loom. Unironically one of my favorite NPCs. And one that genuinely sucks for me to voice. Just know that whenever I do that voice, I get lightheaded. It's not like I have a hard time doing it, it's just I do get lightheaded. And if memory serves from when I did the old Stags dialogue, and I think also the Hunters dialogue from Hollow Knight House, it had a very similar effect. Or it had a very similar effect to me. Ow. Peace, guys. Can you die? Rum. I'm about to die. Alright. Problem. Wow. This is one thing I was trying to avoid. Where does this go? Across from there. That actually is not too far off from where the ventrica of the area is. So we're going to avoid that for as long as we can. You have anything to say? Nothing. At least it seems like. Why do I suck? Yeah, this should just be... Well, this is a way up from, or to the Citadel, I believe, if I climb up here. Never mind. Is there a breakable wall? I do not remember. Ooh. Never mind. Nothing. So there's benches here. I actually will take this bench post because, if I need a bench work for any reason whatsoever, it'll just be easier to teleport from here. But I'll run over here. get this dialogue. Speak now, thine confession will be heard. You have confessed a sin most grave, and must work, it must... Wait, no, what? You have confessed a sin most grave, and must by works cleanse yourself. That is definitely a way to say it. Must by works? Yes. Return to your task and return to your task and work off cycle. Neither eating nor supping? Am I high? Or is this hard to read? Return to your task and work off cycle. Neither eating nor supping. Is this supposed to be sleeping? Until new cycle begins. By the grace of Fireloom Eternal, may you never tire, toil, and be forgiven. I do not believe the dialogue changes whatsoever. I'll do one more round and see if it changes. Yes, literally the exact same. Okay, so the lore that we can extrapolate from that is that obviously, and I suppose I talked about it a little, but stuff like this would have most likely been implemented and, I guess, standardized, if you would, by the Weavers. So, as we know, the Weavers, for the most part, usurped Grandmother Silk, and they used some kind of Great Rune adjacent spell with Silk to bind her and keep her locked up at the very top of the Citadel. Like, literally close to the top of the world. In order to keep her asleep, they implemented a lot of the structures and institutions that basically the religion and the way the entirety of Farloom is governed, basically, for the most part. And we know that for the Pilgrims, they had them venture on this, basically, for the most part, if we're to be realistic, for what they ask the Pilgrims to do, this unobtainable goal of ascend the Citadel, or ascend to the Citadel without defending yourself, without, any weapons, with basically just a clothes on your back. We want you to go up to the Citadel. When you get to the Citadel, you shall be rewarded. And presumably, this is one of such rewards that you would have gotten, if you did do that, right? It is not entirely impossible that a lot of the bugs we see here are actually former Pilgrims that for one reason or another, and that's another thing we do know about how the Citadel works. The Citadel... Sorry. Alright, now I can hear myself think. The Citadel, basically, if you commit what is considered a grave sin against the Citadel, or whatever religion, the Weavers had instituted here, you get sent to one or two places. Presumably, one such place is the Underworks. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the confessional booth over there, the one that just spits out an automated response. Presumably, if you committed some kind of sin against the Citadel, of some kind whatsoever, you would have been tasked to work in the Underworks to maintain the Citadel in its totality. And like that automated response machine said, basically, is, the only way you can cleanse your sin of such a grievous nature is to work without eating, sleeping, anything. Just work, and then your sin will be absolved. Another possibility is that some bugs chose to work in Underworks, which for some reason I have a hard time believing that that's a thing. So it is more likely that this is another form of subjugation that the Weavers themselves instituted to further keep Grandmother Silk asleep, and also just to keep the Citadel in its totality running. At least that is what I can extrapolate from that. Probably not exactly how it works, but, better than nothing. That's sick. Can you die? have no idea what just happened there. All I know is that I made it somehow. Even though, if you ask me, I probably had no business getting out of that the way I did. Probably should have died. But I live. Do not ask me how, just know I'm capable. Wow, I forgot that there's literally just rooms to nothing here. Go away. What is up here? Oh, this is the way up to the Citadel. Yeah, that's right. What is over here? Nothing. Not quite how I wanted to do that, but it worked out. Okay, this guy has nothing to say. The funny thing is, compared to Hollow Knight, in that regard, Silksong actually has a substantial, like, decrease in optional dialogue from a lot of the corpses you find. In Hollow Knight, if you found, like, a corpse in the background for the most part, you could actually dream nail it and get additional lore or dialogue. Yeah, they would not add much. It'll just be like, oh, this bug clearly got lost, or got themselves in a bad spot, and now they died for it, right? But in Silksong, it's even less so, it seems. Let me try to find the lever, because there's a lever down here somewhere that drops one of these. Yeah, this over here. Really? Alright, this should drop this down and it goes all the way down. So, over here is where we get Delver's Drill. Okay, almost died. Do you have anything to say? At some point in the future, by the way, when I'm not literally just trying to survive, something I will have to do is go to every major area just about, and work on getting all the needle and dialogue from all the other enemies and stuff around the overworld. That's something I've been meaning to do, but I just keep forgetting, because a lot of the times, a lot of these areas... Jesus. Sorry, I just looked over and noticed chat was popping off. What's going on? On average, I will say Silksong for sure has harder bosses than Hollow Knight, but I think the top 3 hardest bosses in Hollow Knight would kind of be harder than Silksong because of double damage and less healing opportunities. Yeah, that's fair, I would say. Like, especially because of how the heal works in Hollow Knight. Like, trying to heal against Pure Vessel sometimes is actually more of a death sentence than anything else. Welcome to stream, Trader Lord. I was looking for your opinion too. I've seen Silksong. I have seen Silksong's hardest bosses be a bit overrated. For me, it's a thing of like a lot of the hardest bosses in Hollow Knight were not there from the get-go. I think that's something that a lot of people, I guess, might forget, because a lot of those bosses have been in the game for so long at this point. Like, Grim and such, right? And Pure Vessel. But if I was to compare, like, even, like, the minus the Radiance, like the base game bosses in terms of difficulty compared to the base game bosses in terms of difficulty for Hollow Knight, I'll say a lot more of the bosses in Silksong compared to base Hollow Knight are way harder. But if we're talking overall, Hollow Knight, yeah, it probably has a lot more of the hardest bosses. But then again, we know for a fact that the game is getting DLC. And most likely, we will be getting bosses much more difficult than a lot of the ones in Hollow Knight. Or at the very least, just as difficult. That's my view on it. Welcome to the stream, Spiderweb. Steel Soul, scary. I tried a couple times and failed, but now I've been on a barge bracelet run to prepare. That's actually a good idea, shockingly enough. That's actually a very good idea. Delver's Drill. Actually, that's a really good point. I think I might have a skewed opinion on this too, because I started Hollow Knight like 2 months ago. Basically when Silksong came out. Yeah, that definitely could be it. Like, I think that's something a lot of people seem to forget when they compare the bosses from Silksong to Hollow Knight, is that Hollow Knight had time to marinate. It had, for a variety of reasons. For one, like, even way back when, it got, like, a lot more DLCs, right? And then, at the very least, for 6 years, we were waiting on this game. And all the bosses in there, right? Like, Pure Vessel, Nightmare King Grim, Absolute Radiance, who are some other ones I can think of? Markov, who else? I guess in some cases, White Defender. But, yeah. Once Silksong starts getting its DLCs, I think a lot of the bosses we get in those DLCs will be way, way, way harder than the base game bosses. Including some of the hardest ones in the entire game, like, you know, Groll and Savage Beastfly, the second one specifically. Lace. Specifically her final variation. Who else? I guess Scarsinger, Carmelita. Yeah, I think a lot of the bosses we get in the DLC will be a lot harder than them. For that reason. We just have to give the game time, basically. Currently in Biowaters. Ooh, okay, maybe it's not such a good idea. But I understand the mentality you're approaching it with the Barb Racer run. That definitely would help you prepare for a Steel Soul run. Because a lot of times when you, from my own experience, when I get hit in Steel Soul, it feels like I'm taking too massive damage. Even when I'm not. But yeah, what do we pick? Oh yeah, Delver's Drill. A Delver's Drill. Rotary tool used for burrowing into bone and rock. Drives the wielder downwards while spinning the drill with devastating force. Thank you for good points, bro. Do you know when the first DLC is gonna come out? Well, the game has been out for when it came out, September, right? So it's been out for about like, it's getting close to 3 months now that I think about it. Shortly after I finished Silksong, not long after, I did another stream for another game where I was talking about it, and I was thinking that most likely, especially if they try to reuse content that they might have had to cut from the game, like that one dock area that everyone was talking about, right? That seemingly got cut from the game, and how through either data mine files or something like that, there was an image floating around of a spot on the map that would have been right over, kind of like right to the left of Farfields. If they try to do what I think they will do, which is implement a lot of the cut content that they did not have time to release for the game, because they already spent like God knows how long in the game before that. I said from the time shortly after I beat Silksong, it would most likely be 6 months to a year out at the worst. Like, if they just for some reason could not get this DLC out, it'd be like a year out from then. But realistically, it would probably be like 6 months. And since then, 3 months, or like I said, approaching 3 months of Silksong being out, most likely in the next 3 to 4 months from now, I think we might get a trailer. Or something from Team Cherry saying, hey, first DLC for the game is coming out soon. We're just, you know, need to polish it up and stuff. At least that is what I think. But yes. Is there any No. Oh. There we go. So this is our first clue into the boss of the area next to us in the wisp thicket. But we cannot get there just yet. Ow. Died this close to secret biowater bench. Ooh. I'm starting to think I just pogo over those, if I'm being honest. Seems way easier than actually trying to platform them. Just, you know, avoiding the falling spike things. Actually, I need to go for repeat kills as much as I can for the journal entries and stuff. Problem. Why's my nose running so much, man? Sorry, just need to think about where I'm going. Excuse me? Thank you. Up above me, should I connect that? Well, actually, if I do not, do this now, it'll be annoying later. Better get this on the map now because there's that other path out of, the underworks from here. Which I'm probably going to take. Might as well just put this on the map, basically. Problem. Hello, playing Silksong, I see. Have you been liking it? This is actually like my third playthrough of the game. It's the Steel Soul run. By the way, welcome to stream, Luna. I'm not sure how to pronounce the second part of your name, I'll be honest. So I guess I'll just stick with Luna. But, yeah. I love the game, obviously. And so far for the Steel Soul run, I've been really enjoying it. Like, by a lot. Especially because there's new content in it. Ow. Damn it. Okay, so that leads back up into here. Should I bother taking... Actually, I can bench warp. I can bench warp because I still have that bench over there. How far are you at this point of the game? We're not that far into Act 2, because I properly started Act 2 in the last stream I did. We're one off from the Steel Soul quest. We have 3 ingredients left to get for the 1 courier's, you know, for the next pale oil. We still have to fight the Savage Beast Fly. I guess if it helps, because a lot of the story bosses are down here and stuff. Like, I'm at the point in the game where I have to go up here and fight Cogwork Dancers to initiate the thing for the threefold melody and all that. All these pins are places I have to go back to, either because I do not have the tools to reach them or because they have lore significance. And because this is a lore run, we will be returning to a lot of these areas. Actually, I have to kill him. God. Wish you could parry those. That attack specifically from these guys, the spinning one. But no, it just bounces off of it. Where am I on the map here? Do not remember which way I actually want to go. Ow. Where does this lead again? Got the secret bench, I'm happy now. Nice. I go back and forth, believe it or not, about that bench myself, on whether or not to actually refer to it as a secret bench. I knew it. I think that's the one time out of all my playthroughs I've done where I actually chose to go down there first instead of the other way around. And fate has yielded its reward. This opens this up, right? Would have been perfect actually if I kept going. Alright, now we're in the halfway point to Underworks just about. Actually, can I get your attention? No. Maybe if I had the Hunter crest equipped. Just say secret bench because everyone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, I guess that's fair. And I think the only reason why people refer to it as a secret bench is because compared to literally every other bench in the entire game, that is the one instance I think where the devs seemingly go out of their way not to tell you where it is, to make your experience in Bilewaters just that bit worse. Actually, I can reach you from here. Nope. Really? Problem. Big problem. Please. What I would give to have clawline right now. But that is the entire purpose of the stream right now, is to get it. So that way I can start routing ways to get into Mount Fae. Problem. Alright, I need to get around you. Another lore entry. There seems no rank in their domain, yet this one has risen above the rest. A station likely gained through intimidation and thuggery. Ow. Because that's what I wanted to do. What is your favorite quest? The funny thing about me is, compared to a lot of other people, especially after like the past 3 playthroughs I've done, I do not think I have a favorite quest. During my first playthrough, I would have told you it was the Wanderers. During my second playthrough, I purposely chose to use the Hunter crest because of its gimmick of, you know, the longer you go without taking damage, you charge up a bar, the focus bar, and then you do more damage in turn. And then that started becoming my favorite crest, and this playthrough I purposely chose to use the Reaper crest because everyone and their mother was like, oh, it's bad or whatever, but I really like the Reaper crest. So it's hard for me to really say if I have a favorite. And a lot of the other crests in the games I just have not used enough to really say. Like, I have not used the Shaman crest at all, really. I have not used the Witch crest at all, really. I have not used the Architect crest at all, really. I have not used the Beast crest at all, really. These are the only ones I've really gone out of my way to truly properly use. So, yeah, it's hard for me to say if I do have a favorite or what it might be. Especially as of right now, because, like I said, I like all 3 of the crests I just mentioned. I like the Wanderer, I like the Hollow Knight moveset, and the Claw Reach Extender, yeah. But, you know, according to some purists, that makes you, a basic mindless player who only knows how to hold forward. AKA no one who, you know, cares. Massive day for the unemployed, as they say. I'm trying to remember how to get through here properly. Because that leads to the Ventrica station, right? How do I get to the other side of Underworks again? It's through White Ward, isn't it? It just might be through White Ward. Because the only other place I can think that will give me access to the other side of Underworks is from this side, and technically over here, but I can't reach there. Not through here. There's Biowaters, technically, but I cannot access the rest of Biowaters. I'm thinking it's looking like I'm going to have to go back. And then, on top of that, look at the interactive map for Silksong. Because I'm trying to figure out... I'm trying to avoid the slab. Specifically to get an interaction with the jailers. When I get the baby. Wrong room. First time Grohl, Bard Racer. Definitely had a lot better time than I did. PC stays, benches. Actually, memory locket stays too. Sorry, I'm just clicking things off the interactive map that I'm not looking for right now. Objectives, achievements, lore, miscellaneous, those two stay. Alright, so all the ways into Mount Fae that I can think of are through the slab, unfortunately. There is one other route, technically, but I do not believe that would work. Okay, maybe it's a good thing I did pick this place specifically. Up again. Further up. I'm just going to take a peek, because if I remember correctly... if you take this route specifically, it does not put you in the slab. It does not even give you access to it properly. Did you die? Thank you. Actually, that was a waste of... Never mind. I'd say it's a waste of soul. I did not realize how low I was. Alright, this is technically the slab. I just have to hope that the jailers do not disappear. There's one place I know for a fact where one will be. And if that one disappears, then that means I'm cooked. But the only good part about that is I'll no longer have to worry about not going to the slab, and by extension not getting the what's it called thing. Afraid rosary string. This is the way into it, right? I will hold off on opening that gate. Where am I going? The only bench I took recently is in the slab, so it'd be a very bad idea to try and bench warp right now. Only 2 ways into the slab: being captured and needing the apostate key. Yeah, I remember that much, but the thing that has me nervous about that interaction I'm speaking about is apparently, like, hold on, if I look up when do the jailers disappear in Silksong? The cage-wielding jailers called warden flies disappear from a specific location after you either defeat them or are captured. Once you have been captured and sent to the slab jail, or if you defeat a warden fly that tries to trap you, the same warden fly will not respawn in the exact spot. If you're captured, you will be taken to the slab jail. Warden fly that will capture you will be gone from that location. If you defeat the warden, new opportunities. Other warden flies may still spawn in different locations to capture you if you want to experience being captured. You may need to explore other areas. Okay, maybe I didn't ask this right. I think it was something about, I remember reading something about if you enter the slab, they disappear. Well, let's see if that works. No, entering Act 2 of Silksong does not make the jailers disappear. When some players report the progressing to Act 2 locks the capture sequence, meaning you can't get captured anymore. The jailers still exist and may even appear in new locations, like the one in Greymoor. Yeah, I think this is the most iconic one. If you want to become captured to access the slab, you must be captured before you progress to Act 2. Well, that's cap. I know that's cap. Act 2 does not remove jailers. Entering Act 2 does not cause the jailers to vanish from the overworld. Progression may prevent capture. Progressing past a certain point, such as reaching Act 2, will prevent you from being captured again. You must be captured to access the slab. Jailers may move. The jailers may move to new locations, such as the one in Greymoor that appears outside the Bellway station after you progress to Act 2. Jailers may still be present. Some players who have reached... Okay, so... there's only one way I'll be able to tell, and that's if I go to specifically the one in Greymoor and see if that one disappeared just from me technically stepping foot into the thingamabob. Greymoor. If that jailer is still there, then I will know. I have a feeling it will be because I did not even open the gate to it properly. But hopefully this allows me to... Yep. So what I'm going to do is, just in case, I'm going to go back to the bellway. I'm going to take this bench. I'm going to make a backup save. And then going to go back to the slab. Open the gate to the slab. Hornet, please. Thank you. Open the gate to the slab. And, go all the way back after we pick up the what's it called there? The Stagway. Not Stagway, Jesus. The Bellway. And if the jailer disappears for whatever reason, then I'm just going to load my save and see if there's another way into Mount Fae for double jump. So that way I can eventually get the cursed bud and then get that interaction with the jailer. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. By the way, how's everyone in chat been doing? I think I asked that properly. Now I think about it. Let's just hope that the jailers do not disappear. Because I've been dreading that. I've been trying to think of ways around that. Because I do want to get that interaction. But I know for a fact there's no way to get to the cursed bud without double jump. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Let me just make sure I know the fastest possible route. Yeah. Coral chambers. Jumping straight over these guys as soon as I can. Goodbye. Because I know that the two other access points into the slab from these stay locked. You cannot get into it without either being captured or the apostate key. Problem. Wish you could destroy those. Alright, first slab enemy, and technically the third branch of the choir enemies that we can find. Guardfly, star servant of the slab bearing a hooked long pin. Shard bundle, lovely. Really, two of them. This leads up and around to Mount Fae. Below me is the Stagway. Why do I keep calling it Stagway? Might as well grab that right now, actually, before we explore anything else. And then see if that jailer from, in front of... what's it called? Disappears. Scabfly. Sticky young fly born and grown in service of the slab. No dialogue. Okay. Penitent, sorry. Humbled prisoner serving their sentence for sins committed within the Citadel. So this is the other pathway into the slab through here, but we do not have the key for it. Nor do I plan on getting the key for it anytime soon, if I'm being honest. Bench. Might as well grab it. There's no reason not to. Especially, I have a feeling if it worked the way I hope to God it would not work for whatever reason, right? Yeah. Thought I interacted with it. Well, here's Mount Fae. We will not do that just yet. Where was it going? Greymore. Alright, let's see if the jailer's still here. I hope it is. It would make no sense to me personally if it just left. Yeah, okay. So that means I'm not as restricted as I once thought. It's just when they say entering into the slab. Oh shit. Sorry. Whenever, as of right now, whenever I see those things, I get very unsettled. Because one time, one of them almost got me, but I escaped. Do not ask how, just know it's through magic. There's a flea above me, I guess one thing I can do is, go around. Ooh, you guys do not take any knockback from this. Can't stand those enemies. Alright, well now we just need to go up and around. Get out the way. Silksong in Steel Soul, damn bro, you're really skilled. I will not say skilled, because I have died and lost a few Steel Soul runs so far. And if I did it on my first ever proper attempt, then I would take that compliment. But yeah, a lot of my survival so far has been through over-preparedness more than anything else. You have anything to say before I start dying? Nope. By the way, welcome to the stream. Another spool. More silk. Thank God. Okay. No, I just need to think, because we cannot... There's no point to going to Mount Fae as of right now, really, without a clawline. Technically. I can go there, but there'd be no point. How do I get to the rest of the underworks again? I forget. I think it's through White Ward. Is he through White Ward or... Oh, wait, no. I know another path to it. But we have to kill Cogwork Dancers, and I'm trying to avoid that right now. I think I have to suck it up and just go to White Ward. Okay, now I just need to think. I guess one thing I should do is go over here so we can get this new dialogue. Blasted steps. Quite. Go away. Gonna put some dirt on your. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. Oh, welcome, Miss Grown Up. Come to inspect the red rocky creatures like new. We have found a very big one, fresh but not too fresh. A pair of beasts attacked me here, burrowing through the stone with their spiral shells. I cut this one down, the other fled. Rewatch Spider-Man 3, nice. That's the fastest way to get a lot of shards, RN. I need to finish Bone Bottom as my last thing before Act 3. Still a peep movie. I have not watched the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films in actual... I know it's been at least a decade since I've seen the first one. Probably all the rest of them too. Like, I like, the time I first watched them was around when they came out, and that was so long ago. So, yeah, I probably need a refresher. I do remember a fair bit about those movies, though. Like, I remember the scene of Spider-Man, he was fighting, I don't remember who it was, I think it was the Lizard. And he was trying to stop Stan Lee from getting attacked. This is the Stan Lee cameo of the film. I saw your profile picture, and honestly, it drew me in. I was like, oh, hey. Oh, they like Silksong and the Decepticons? Hell yeah. Yeah, I like Soundwave a lot, specifically. I have almost every single Siege, like, remold and repaint of Soundwave. I'm missing 2. The premium finish one, and then the, what was it? The Sound Blaster re-release. Also have the Lego one they released not long ago. I just realized I'm supposed to be reading news dialogue. Sorry, New. Oh ma, really? New wishes she had the parish. She could have studied much. Unlucky to miss such a big feast of learning. She and her have red rocky shells to protect their softness. Inside is very sweet. Very hard to crack them open though. So it is best to wait. It is always best to wait. Alright. I do not believe she will have new dialogue here. Yeah, this is all the same. Or we got that new dialogue. For those unaware, oh, we have to go check on the Bone Tyrant location too. access a lot of these other places. I wonder if the second part of the Plasmium side quest has started yet. I also have to think about where other boss corpses are. Does the other Beastfly leave one? No, never mind. That one closes itself off. Yeah, there's this one I can think of. Maybe the Kraggler, but I have a feeling not. I've been through that area multiple times over, so... The only other place I could check right now to see if New would be there is the Moorwing. But I looked before, and she was not. Where else? I already checked on the Sister Splinter location. Last Judge, technically, but that corpse disappears very soon after. Already checked that one. Okay, so the last location we have to go to right now is the one in, for the Bone Tyrant. I love Soundwave in Transformers Prime show. He's a quiet kid that you don't want to piss off. That one scene where Arachnid tried to commit mutiny and Soundwave was like, nah, you chose violence, yeah. That is one of my favorite interpretations of the character, too. An icon of hope, flick of Bone Bottom. The road is hard for we pilgrims. I want to build a beautiful symbol of hope to stand beside Bone Bottom and welcome all those who are about to begin their journey, sure. And we can open up these damn, shell shard deposits. Another quest done. And we're a step closer to getting that gift from... That reminds me, I have to go to Skinks and sell some of these. Because you can never have too many rosaries. Where was I going? Bone Tyrant, so just across. What are you doing, Hornet? Through here.
That's fine.
Greetings, New. You have traveled far from your lodging. I was not expecting to meet you in these lowlands. Oh, hello again, Miss Grown-Up. Yes, New is not the fastest, but she goes great distances to follow the scent of learning. And look what New has found, a great big beast, cracked open and broken apart. There is much to learn from him, so New will savor it all slowly. The warmth of these caverns keeps many smells alive. It is good for New, who is always searching carefully for learning. Alright, we got all that. So now I just need to think about where else is like mega important for us to go. The Wisp Thicket is right here, but we cannot access it now without double jump, and we cannot get double jump right now. The only other place I'll check right now is here to see if Gilly is there, but she has not been there for the past, I don't even know how long. Been there a number of times, and Gilly has just not been there. Probably missed her. There's skinks right here. I do not oh, these markers are for enemies I have to go back and kill. I should probably do that, actually. Just so that way I can say I did kill everything in Sinner's Road. It's just killing them is the problem because of where they are and how you have to kill them. Oh, you're new. Who are you?
Oh boy,
You in the cloak. Pray tread softly. I am meditating, gathering my faith before my pilgrimage begins. Quiet, pilgrim.
That's fine.
My steps are soft enough, madam. If I have disturbed you, it was not my intention.
Doskalem.
Even your speech, far too loud. I can scarcely hear my thoughts. Please be away. I
Sorotano.
must listen carefully and pray with uninterrupted devotion. Only then will my faith be strong enough to carry me upwards.
Sorotano.
I do not think I've ever seen this NPC. Climb to glory. Always up. Strong together. Alright, they already built the statue. That means we can talk to...
Modera.
Glad I caught you for a moment, miss. You've done a fair service to this camp, given much more than most. I've been thinking on all your efforts, and set to making a little something to repay you.
Valaden.
It's only a token, really, but I put all of my talent into it, much as I got. Something to keep you company on the lonely road above. Hold on to it on your travels, and remember that you're always welcome down here with us. Hornet statuette. Small statuette, inexpertly but painstakingly crafted as a symbol of endless friendship. Break for 60 rosaries. Now! We got the good ending. This item right here means we got the good ending. That's how it works.
Dera.
I'll go thinking far as keeping me from my own pilgrimage. Or fear, not far. Sorry. It's just there's a lot of work still to do here. A few bugs able to do it.
Dera.
Alright. So that is all the quests in Bone Bottom that we can do. Where did I need to go? I got that and immediately forgot where I needed to go. We got all the new locations. We have to eventually go back here. But the problem with this area is the enemy here in particular sucks to fight. Oh yeah, I said I was going to Sinner's Road to clear out a lot of those stationary enemies. Suffers at big footsteps too. Three hits. What are we doing now? Right now I'm going back to Sinner's Road to kill all the roach maggots or muck roaches, sorry, in those cages, because you can kill them. It's just the problem is killing them. Alright, let me get rid of cross stitch so I can equip Jesus Christ from me. So I can equip Threadstorm. What's your favorite Transformers media? I grew up on the Generation 1 cartoon. But if I was, so that is up there, but if I was to think, it would probably be the 86 Transformers movie. Because, once again, I grew up on that. That was my childhood. And to this day, it is not just my favorite piece of Transformers media, it is my favorite film of all time, period. My #1 favorite film of all time. Even though, if I was to compare it to, like, other existing pieces of Transformers media, I would say that the best Transformers film that exists right now is probably Transformers 1. To me, the best film that they ever made is still the original. Okay, there's one. There's one down. You ever got the voice lines from Phantom? No, I already got those. I went back. I went back and got those last stream. Least dangerous muck roach. Alright, that's all the ones here, so we can start removing the pins. This is a boss fight, which is why this is here, and then there's a bunch of them in the cages over here by skinks, but we'll get those eventually. And what's the easiest way up there? Across. I grew up on the Transformers Prime era, so that will always be my favorite because I grew up on it. Also, Knockout is peak. The funny thing is, for me, bias actually did not play much of a reason why G1 is my favorite. I just prefer a lot more of the character designs and characterizations of characters, especially for people like Optimus and Megatron. In that regard, Soundwave especially. And in turn, I think the best example of that, in terms of my own personal experience, is like, and I know this is definitely an opinionated subject, but it's opinionated in the truest sense of the word, that a lot of people, they cannot separate their bias from, for example, the Michael Bay films of the Generation 1 film or show, to be able to make a more distinct and like unbiased, just objective opinion in relation to especially the Bayverse films. Like, most people, especially nowadays, even former Bayverse fans, when you ask them about those films in specific, a lot of them will tell you, it's like, man, those were not particularly good films, even though I do like them. I'm one of the few people who is a fan of G1, or whose favorite era for the most part is G1. But I also really like the Bayverse films, at least in concept. I think something that is just objectively true about them is that Michael Bay is a very questionable director in a lot of regards, especially in terms of the quality of his product. And how, at a certain point, he just kept making the same film for Transformers over and over and over again past the first one. I'll die on the hill that the first Transformers film is still, like, the best one. One of the best Transformers films ever made. But every other one past that just got progressively worse. So because of that, like, I think if you just compared literally the collective of the Michael Bay films to just the first one, from a creativity and writing standpoint, and even to some extent, maybe not character design, because that's more of a preferential thing, but in a lot of aspects, the first film just blows all those films out the water, especially once you look at it with a more critical eye. I also love the animation quality, the fact that it was so detailed for a 2012 kids show. The way the metal flexes and lighting is portrayed, to the way Megatron's optics change when he's deranged. Yeah. Let's talk to skinks.
Fadastama.
I will speak again. Show yourself. Show again. Speak yourself. The morsels give them. Take! Here, take this. Ah, my reward. Give them. Alright, we're going to give him them whatever, all but one. But sorry, I just realized how sidetracked I got. I think what is currently the best Transformers film in existence is probably Transformers 1, for a variety of reasons, even though to me the best Transformers film is the original. If I was to speak objectively, it's probably Transformers 1. But you know, a lot of Bayverse fans might argue otherwise. Starting to think it might not be possible to voice this thing because of how weird its voice is. At least I could voice skinks to some regard. Alright, we got all those. There is some muck roaches in here too, I believe. Yeah, right here. So I need to, and up there, I need to farm silk from a lot of these enemies, and then focus on killing them. Let me do the ones by skanks first. Now I think about it, it's been a long time since I watched Transformers Prime. Probably should watch the show again. Oh my god. Lovely. I do not want to take the bench because it will suck to get back down. But I might just have to. Oh, they respawn too. Problem. If I throw this here and then... Oh, I don't even need silk, okay. It's gonna suck to have to go all the way back down, but whatever. Just use these traps. It does not even wake them up, it's funny. Have you seen the running joke with Soundwave and Hatsune Miku? Yes. What's funny is I would not mind a Soundwave Hatsune Miku figure, but it's especially funny because I had a conversation with a good friend of mine about this who's a Bayverse fan. My thing about it is that I genuinely do not understand where the ship, if you will, came from. Because I just have to think. They have, like, nothing to do with each other, minus the fact that they both have some correlation to music. Like, Hatsune Miku's a Japanese robot idol, or whatever, right? Cyborg AI idol thing. And then Soundwave's a robot who transforms into... In a lot of continuities, he transforms into something adjacent to some kind of, like, sound system something. But outside of... That's where the similarities end. One is an idol, the other's a military espionage communication officer. So I never understood where the idea for the ship even came from. Outside of literal, like, like, schizo posting. Or rage bait. Once again, it's not like I'm against the idea of, like, a Transformers collab or, like, oh, here's a Soundwave Hatsune Miku, like, colored figure or whatever, right? Or they'll do like a Hatsune Miku figure that has like Soundwave accessories. I will not be against that, but just don't understand. I just generally do not understand. They both have Vocaloid voices, or vocoder, I think you mean, because that's what Soundwave's voice original came from. Was a vocoder. That's why. But my thing is Hatsune Miku is canonically 16, so I'm like, well, that's another thing about it is, how long has she been 16 for? But I do see where you're coming from. I don't like the ship either in a lot of ways, because my thing is it just makes no sense. But But the thing about sound is not even that, like, Hatsune Miku's voice is just straight, like a vocoder thing, right? Like, she does just straight have, like, you know, in a lot of ways, a more robotic voice than Soundwave. While Soundwave's voice is just like, it has an effect over it. Because Soundwave's voice, when you remove that effect, he sounds more like this. And yes, I go out of my way to practice the Soundwave voice almost every day because I'm that obsessed with the character. But that's when you remove the effect from his voice. Well, Hatsune Miku, as I understand it, at the very least, that is just her voice. It is just like a vocoder to some degree. Or... Oh, is it a voice bank? I think that's the term for it, right? Where am I trying to go? Okay, my next question is Soundwave a gamer? I think it's funny people say he's a secret gamer. I could see it, funnily enough. The thing about me, especially in relation to Transformers, I try not to get into fandom things for it, because a lot of times I think it generally ruins the characters. And it's people generally preferring to purposely misconstrue and misunderstand the characters in a way that fits, you know, whatever fan fiction they're trying to write or whatever. But, if you want to do that, sure, I don't agree with it. But if I was to think about if Soundwave specifically would be some kind of, like, gamer, I could see it. I could see it. Funnily enough, I see him be more of a DJ. Because we have seen Soundwave actually be a DJ. And seem to have a good time with it on top of that. And I was in, like, an episode in the original Generation 1 cartoon. Where he was literally, like, jamming out in a club. Damn, I've done 100% silksong, but I don't have the balls to do Still Soul 100%. Yeah, it's been rough for me, I'll be honest. Like, I lost a few runs, but I'm in an okay spot now. Welcome to stream, Spicy Corn. I'm just trying to figure out where to go next. Like, what is my next primary objective? Because we got... It's starting to look like I have to go down into, White Ward. As much as I do not want to, I'm starting to think I do not have a choice. Because I'm trying to get the clawline so that way I can go to Mount Faye. And just get a whole bunch of other optional stuff. You have a favorite boss? Mine is probably Tormented Tobio. Mine is Phantom, and it's not close for a variety of reasons. Just because the area she comes with, the music, all that stuff, and how she's like the most blatant Phantom of the Opera Jesus, sorry. Stuttered really bad there. She's the most blatant Phantom of the Opera reference ever. If her name isn't indicative enough of it. Where's the claw line again? It is in, this side, sorry. This side of Underworks, but I cannot reach it just yet. I could reach it through the Wisp Thicket, but I need clawline in order to get to the double jump, in order to go through Wisp Thicket to get to this side of Underworks. So I need clawline. The only other access point to, this side of Underworks is from this side. Technically, we could go through Whispering Vault, but I'm trying to avoid, Cogwork Dancers right now. So we are just going to have to go through White Ward, it seems. And I'm also trying to do, like, a side challenge. I'm trying to see how full I can get my inventory. So I've purposely been hoarding items for that reason. Starting to look like I have to use this key. Because I need to get to, what's it called? I forget. Clawline. But once it gets around like a few hours, not far from now, I will have to end the stream. Not soon, I mean. But there is a hard cutoff point for me time-wise because, believe it or not, I do want to see the new final season of Stranger Things. I actually finished rewatching the show yesterday. Like, I finished it last night in preparation for it, and that would have been the first time I had seen the show since it came out, literally. I had only watched the entirety of Stranger Things once before that, and that was, when it was coming out. Even when the show was initially coming out, I did not rewatch it at any point. I'm watching it with a friend tonight. Yeah, that's the plan for... Well, maybe not with a friend, but that's the plan for me as well. I plan on watching the show. Watching the conclusion. I think they should have actually held the release back to December in its totality instead of, because it does not make sense the date they chose to me. Like, you have, like, the next batch of episodes come out on Christmas, and then the final one on New Year's Eve. I think they should have just had the first 4 episodes come out on, or was it 3? I don't remember. Come out, like, the first 2 weeks of December. Then have the next batch on Christmas, and then the final episode on Christmas Eve, not Christmas Eve, New Year's. I think that just would have been a lot better. But, whatever. They chose what they chose, I guess. Yeah, having 2 separate parts is so annoying. It's not even that having it in separate parts is what makes it annoying. It's how they chose to space it out. Because before we even get to see the rest of the show, we have to wait literally at the very least 1 month before they have a more normal upload schedule. And why are they all so long? By mine, TV shows are like 40 minutes tops. Well, it's dependent. I think it's dependent in a lot of ways. Because I've seen shows like you said, like, this is going to seem like a weird medium to compare it to, but it's still close enough. Like, most animes are like 25 minutes or so, right? While, like you said, a lot of shows are 40-something minutes. But to me, it's not too unfamiliar. Like, I've watched a few shows that are like, more along the lines of, an hour or so. Here we are in the White Ward, aka the part of the game that made it clear that Team Cherry wanted to make a horror game. So I'm just testing to see if any of these have, like, any kind of needle in dialogue. An ornate lock mechanism with a keyhole at its centra. Fair enough. It is mostly up to personal experience. Yeah, like, especially it might seem unusual if you go out of your way to watch specifically, you know, shows that are around like a certain like time frame, or have like a certain time frame. I mean, like I said, 25 minutes to 40 something or whatever have you. Strips tight, I think. How old, how long? Straps tight, I just realized, sorry. The silk, all for the silk. Reformed, repaired. Quarrel commandment. Here's the most Bloodborne enemy in Silksong. There's an enemy in Bloodborne, and I made this comparison on my first playthrough, which, by the way, the link to is in the description of the stream. There's an enemy in Bloodborne called a snakehead, and if you compare the 2 enemies, they look starkly similar in a lot of ways, and the way they attack too. But when you first encounter them, they just look like a person with like robes or wrapping around their head. And then they just explode, like, all these snakes explode out of their head, and then it just charges or shambles at you with all the snake heads biting and stuff. So when I first saw this thing, I was like, that is like a snake head. That is just a straight Bloodborne enemy in Silksong. Dreg Husk. Remains of a citadel bug possessed by silk dregs. The husk will lash out wildly with the many sharp pins caught inside its thread. I've been wanting to play Bloodborne for so long. I'm waiting for the PC port. Buddy, you are going to be waiting till the heat death of the universe, because let me tell you as a Bloodborne fan, Sony does not care about Bloodborne or anything relating it at all. If they did, we would have gotten something by now, but we have not. Another way I know that they just do not care about Bloodborne, because Miyazaki went to Nintendo of all people to make Dusk Bloods, which is the most Bloodborne looking thing they've made in a long time. So all I have to say to Sony in that regard is, Sony, let me get this straight. You let Nintendo have Bloodborne 2? So yeah, I'm not exactly happy. I feel madly disrespected. Heard recently they were bringing more of their exclusives to PCs. There's a glimmer of hope. No, there's not. I'm sorry, that may be just me as like a very nihilistic, jaded Bloodborne fan saying that, but I've lost all hope in Sony that they are actually working on any kind of port for the game, because if they were, we would have heard something. What are you going to do for Thanksgiving? Any plans? I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if I have any plans for Thanksgiving, if I'm being honest. My mother was actually, I was talking with my mother not long ago about that. She was saying that she thinks we should at least have a little bit of something. Like nothing big, but you know, maybe make some food or something. I will have to see though. Because I'm not very sure, if I'm being honest. Down and over here leads to machine displaying a model of the Citadel. I think this leads to the access point I was talking about to get to the rest of the underworks. Do not remember. Let's put a pin here because I do not remember where the. No, it's right here, I believe. Is where it is, yeah. Because then this drops all the way down to here specifically. There's nothing else above here. I can remove this. What's up and over to the left? I do not remember. Oh, silk thing, I forget the name of. We have another thing to sell the skinks. Wow. Okay, apparently Reaper Crest deals with these guys very well. Mortician. Altered servant of the Citadel's White Ward, responsible for the cremation of husks and recycling of silk from their shells. So did I say... There's 4 areas. Well, no. How do I put this? The Citadel is one of the largest areas in the entire game objectively, but the Underworks and the Slab, which would be over here, they're also extensions of the Citadel. So the Citadel itself, it technically Blasted Steps as well, is an extension of the Citadel because the... Where are they? Where are they? The, these guys, judges, they work directly for the Citadel. Do you have the Witch Crest yet? No, I'm working on getting that right now. We just have to get the clawline so I can get double jump, so I can go through the rest of Bellwater, so I can then, go around to get the bud, so that way I can get captured and get that little event thing, for the jailers. Then eventually I have to get rid of it. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just had a realization. A chatter on one of my last streams said I had to pick. Because if I can't get jailed, I'd have to beeline the ending. And try to get it to where I can be cursed for as little time as possible. So that way I can get all the endings in this one file run. Wait, no, there is a way around it. There is a way around it. It's just going to suck is the problem. Out the thing. Where was I before? Oh yeah. So there's like a lot of factions to the Citadel. Like technically, these guys serve directly under it as they judge the pilgrims on their way up to the Blasted Steps in order to get into the Citadel. So technically, the Blasted Steps is a part. At the very least, it's like the front door to the Citadel, obviously, because the Grand Gate's right here. But then there's the slab, which is right here, so that's another cast of bugs directly under the... that work directly under the Citadel. Then there's the Underworks, so that's 3. White Word for all the bugs in the Citadel proper itself, which is 5. The mechanical bugs from the Cogwork Core, which is 6. And then the Whispering Vaults bugs, which is 7. So there's a lot of, like, specific recipients that work in or under the Citadel itself, which I find very interesting. It goes to show how grand and scale the operation for the Citadel is in a lot of metrics. And then, like, technically these guys also work for the Citadel, because they collect the silk dredges that fall from the Citadel. So if you wanted to stretch the definition, that could be more of, like, 8 you're looking at. Deep Docks 2 technically work for them. 9. And then the Pilgrims... in a way, yeah. Might as well throw them in there. But yeah, the Citadel's reach is astonishingly, like, far. A lot further than I think a lot of people realize. That even I just realized. I just thought about it myself. You know. We're surviving. If only just. Barely. Up here or something, right? Yep. Do not remember what this leads to. What is this? Oath of the White Word. While song must be sung, none may falter. Sorry. Infirmity, sickness, death, all are banished from our citadel. Yeah, the Kingdom of Hollowness was not anywhere near the scale of Farloom. In a way, yes and no. Because there were a lot of bugs that the Pale King made alliances with and worked with. And they themselves had dominion over corners. Think of it like, I'll go as far as to describe, like, for example, the mantises. And, the moths. And who else? The residents of the fungal wastes. I'll go as far to describe them as, like, mayors, if you would. That served under the Pale King, to some measure. At the very least, they worked with him. Even the weavers in Deep Nest, especially in Deep Nest, it's just yeah, sure, the Citadel has a lot more direct Iron Fist control over everyone in Farloom, but that did not mean that the king did not have influence in other areas of his kingdom that he might not have directly presided over. Like, we know for a fact that that the hive, right, the bees and stuff, they trained Hornet, meaning they had to have some kind of relationship with the Pale King in order for her to get more direct training from them. You know? But in a lot of ways, Farloom has more direct dominion and control over everyone in it because of the silk that's literally embedded in everyone's shells that gives Grandmother Silk the ability to just have total dominion. Very not too dissimilar a way to what the Radiance was trying to achieve. And this right here, this little excerpt we just read, further proves that how ironclad and fisted the dominion of the bugs of Farloom was. Because not even they basically said, I don't care if you're sick, if you're suffering from some kind of like naturally born ailment, I don't care if you die. No, all that is banished from the Citadel, and you will be forced to serve it for all of eternity. And because of the silk embedded in everyone's bodies, that literally they could die, and the silk would just bring them straight back, or at the very least, Grandmother Silk would puppeteer them for the rest of existence, basically. I also have way more respect for the Pale King. He made he made affordable housing, travel, and infrastructure, while the Citadel's like, you work for no money and pay to rest at a freaking bench. Yeah. The Pale King especially cared. Like, a lot of people... I saw a line that described it perfectly. Even though I do not wholeheartedly agree with it. Oh, god damn it. We need a claw line for this. I forgot. Let's put a red marker here, because I think this is important. In fact, I think this leads to, I don't remember. But, someone described it as the Pale King was a good leader, but a horrible father. And, Grandmother Silk was a good mother, but a horrible leader, is a way I heard someone describe it. And that is not too far off the mark, except that in a lot of ways, Grandmother Silk is also just as bad a parent as the Pale King, because as sad as it is to say, when people said that, it seems like they forgot about Lace's sister. And one of Phantom's lines of dialogue is that they were forgotten, abandoned and forgotten. Grandmother Silk made Phantom, presumably as some kind of prototype to Lace. And because Phantom did not turn out the way Grandmother Silk wanted, she abandoned her to the exhaust organ and then made Lace. So, not only is she a bad leader, she's also a bad mother because of that. While the Pale King was just a bad father. I didn't think Grandmother Silk was a terrible mother. She abandoned Phantom because she grew up. I don't think it was that. It's something about... It was the way Hornet described Phantom in her lore entry, and the way other people even described, not Phantom, Lace. The implication, as I understand it from the lore, is Grandmother Silk wanted a perfect silk entity. Like a being comprised truly and solely out of silk. And that's what Lace is. And the implication is Phantom is not that. Phantom is missing something that Lace has, and that is why she was abandoned. And if you want to really... even though personally I have a hard time believing like a lot of cut content things because it was cut for a reason, but in the exhaust organ you're supposed to find other similar entities like Phantom or Lace that would have been in these tanks, implying that Grandmother Silk did this multiple times over, trying to make Phantom. Or not Phantom, Lace. Grandmother Silk wanted an eternal child. She is controlling. She was not terrible. She was not terrible. She was absolutely horrible. She's literally a puppeteer. She's a manipulative parent. Yeah. I guess in a lot of ways, yeah, she did. When you put it like that, of how, especially just from what we see of Grandmother Silk, yeah, you're right. She wants to manipulate things. She wants to be a puppeteer. So I guess she would have wanted an eternal child. But okay, yeah, you're right. I just read this though gray with age. So, yeah. But either way, I think it was also a thing she wanted to create like a perfect silk entity, not just a well, I guess it would be she wanted to create a perfect silk entity that permanently stayed in the form of a child. That was her goal, and she got it with Lace. But as we all know, Lace hates her existence, so I don't know how much about that puppeteering bit she was successful on. I forgot to read the silk injector. Where is it? Injector ban. Brace of surgical pins from the white word used to forcibly insert silk deeply, or not deep, deep inside a bug's shell. Increases the speed of binding. So this tells us right here, going back to that, grandmother silk being manipulative. The implication is that, I would say technically, for all we know, grandmother silk was placing the idea of injecting silk directly into the bodies of the denizens of Farloom to be able to better control them. Because we know at a certain point, the Citadel, long after grandmother silk's, the bind was put on her, basically. The seal was put on her by the Weavers to make her go to sleep. The implication was the Citadel wanted to try and inject silk into the bodies of the people of Farloom to do a variety of things, from extend life to make them stronger, to give them unnatural abilities. Basically a pseudo super soldier program that they tried to further extend onto the masses. And it worked in a way, but not in the way you would think. It just made it to where everyone who was born in Farloom after a certain point literally was born with silk in their shells from the get-go. Meaning, grandmother silk is worse than the Radiance in a lot of ways. Because with the Radiance, she was like a cognito hazard. The Radiance is literally a cognito hazard from SCP. Like, knowing of her existence puts you in danger. But the thing about the Radiance is, even if you knew of her, you could still resist her, pull. There was a variety of things you could do to resist the Radiance call. In Farloom, if you're born there, you're screwed. There's nothing you can do to get away from Grandmother Silk's grasp, because she's basically the god of silk, in its totality. And if you have silk in your body somewhere, that's probably going to be enough for the god of silk to be able to control you. She controls others through her silk. The Weavers broke free and put her to sleep because they were tired of her control. Did the Weavers become just as bad as Grandmother Silk? Debatably. Yeah, in a lot of ways they did. I was talking about that earlier, how a lot of these systems that the Citadel uses to this day, the implication is that the Weavers themselves instituted it, not Grandmother Silk. Because Grandmother Silk would not have had to do that. She could have just did it from the get-go, is the implication. She could have just used her threads to control people. But the Weavers broke free. The Weavers broke free. They put her to sleep, and then they created basically the primary religion of Farloom to keep Grandmother Silk asleep, so that way they could escape and be free of her totally. But the cost is the people of Farloom are now subjugated for the most part. They have no choice but to serve under this literal sham of a religion just to keep Grandmother Silk asleep, so that way the Weavers could have their freedom. That is the catch about it all. So in a lot of ways, yeah, the Weavers ended up becoming just as bad as Grandmother Silk. But not that it mattered, because Grandmother Silk eventually, even if she is still asleep, she is still using her threads to control the people of Farloom. As we know, as they started going after Weavers, they started hunting down and catching Weavers. For obviously their silk, but probably because Grandmother Silk is pissed herself. But yeah. Sorry, my heart just stopped for a second. I have to wait for it to go all the way down. Which way? Down. I was hoping just the startup on the Reaper Crest Pogo is long. Suck, Jesus. No better off from where I was before. I believe I was making my way back through here, right? Yeah. Just have to be careful about going down here because fire damage. This leads down to the other half of Underworks. But the problem is, now that I have opened up on whiteboard, I think this triggers the what's it called? God damn it. Let me heal first, then I'll fight you properly. First one of those abominations. Giant drape mite, full-size mite of the Citadel cloaked in an old curtain. Okay. Confidence regained. Humanity restored. We all together. That's a first. It seems like it just consistently says that. It doesn't change. Implication is, you know, programming, right? Yeah. I've never actually seen that. That's where we just were. Now we are closer to getting the clawline. So, now I just need to think about what to do and where to go. Thanks for the shell shards. Well, I know if I go that way, it's a more direct path to the, the claw line. I do not remember what was over here. Okay, Cogfly Cogwork Underfly. Small automaton built to work without complaint in the scorching heat of the underworks cauldron. Jesus H. Christ. Oh, I have to hit that thing before I get the lore entry? Or do I have to kill it myself? Jesus. I swear I played this game before. Where does this lead? Okay, Cogwork Hauler. Small automaton with a shielded shell. Intended to carry loads of dangerous flint rock. Or flint flame. Wow, flea. I should not be surprised by still am for some reason. I love the little guys, but at the same time, it's like, how do you end up here? At least the grubs had the excuse of they were literally abducted. Y'all just got here somehow. And considered what abducted them. The Collector, a void entity. I have no question in my mind how it got to half of the places it did. Going back up, kill these guys for the progress on the journal entry, by the way. Problem. How many of these guys are at? 5 more. Great job. Might as well work on getting clawline right now. Over here's clawline. Oh nah, I can't stand this place. Born and built only to work until time stiffens its limbs. Perhaps it is mercy this construct knows nothing of the freedom it lacks. How I'm still alive, I cannot even tell you. The other craft metals, though, so that means we can buy something from the architect when we get the opportunity. Jesus Christ. Okay, was it over here? Thank God. Here it is. We have the bare minimum requirement of silk too, so we can start getting the needle in dialogue. Or silk or memory. Through ages. Actually, I need to wait a little bit more. For those who come after, wait and die. Forgot. Wait and sleep. Okay, that's everything. Daughter of a distant land. We who remain have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. At least now with this, I can actually chase, what's-her-face when I finally get to her. First center. Clawline. We got it. It only took me, what, 2 hours? That's not bad. Fling the needle as a harpoon and launch, forcefully towards it. Silk skills will be expended, or silk will be expended. Strike enemies to replenish silk. Yes. Okay, movement unlocked. No problem. What are you doing, Hornet? It is no wonder these constructs were cast. No mortal bug would last long inside that scorching place. Even my shell struggles to withstand its heat. So over here is a thingamabob. Never mind, I thought it was important. It's just useless. You have anything to say? No. The answer is no. We have a combat encounter here, though. We also have to make our way back into White Ward to unlock that upper part. Okay. Necessary, no. But I'd rather do this to be safe than sorry. My bad. Forgot how high it sends you. Alright. Alright, this leads us back here. Now I can bench so I can fill out the map and see where I've been. Okay, we got the flea there. There was another part. We got the craft metal front, unless I misremember. No, the flea was over here. The craft metal was right here. Going in around here. Okay, so we need to go down from over here. Let me put a bronze pin here, I guess, and then... Because I need to make sure I have that gateway open. What is down here? Nothing. Alright. That is now open. So we can leave this place for now until I eventually have to go back to start grinding lore entries so we have something to read later. Over here's the architect crest, right? Yeah. What is this? Nothing. Oh wait, we need a key for it, that's right. We all together. I wonder what they would have used the fourth choirs for, other than construction. That is something I have to be curious about at a certain point. Because why build these big things? It's not like they were fighting anybody. Master, you seem the lone maker, the lone maker left in the Citadel. Are you my enemy? The other constructs of this place, object aggressively to my presence. Red Bug. I am maker, yes. Enemy? No. I am an architect. Only an architect. To build automatons is not choice, it is our natural directive cage. You are Weaver type, yes. A first child, rare, extinct. Rare, I think I read that right. Possibly, yeah, but assume I did. I'm not sure if how those words are meant to be combined, if they are. Not, or not, it does not seem. You see it true, Master. I bear the lineage of weavers, along with other strands. A strand's quality strange. What? Along with other strands, quality strange. Whatever. Then, on your request, Red Bug, as directive demands for Farlam's first children and our kingdom eternal, I shall serve, I shall craft. Alright, you saw the key, yeah, the architect's key. If Red Bug could prove their aptitude with our implements and others alike, I would offer my key to grant access to the chapel store above. Raw materials for creation, carry them with you always, that you may be prepared. Or we get the architect key. Alright, craft kit, tools of my craft. They will be used to improve your own. Make harder, sharper. Yes, please. And then a bunch of stuff requiring craft metal. I think I'll... Because the only thing I need to get would be from the Forge Daughter. Not sure what I should get if I'm being honest. I guess I'll get the Sawtooth circlet. might try playing around with that later. This brand of metal teeth, sharp and light fine. It could be woven within your red outer layer. A hidden weapon. A flexible shell prosthetic, sorry. It would enhance a weaver type's flexibility, allowing evasive options. And then cogwork wheel. You have affinity for such radical blades. I can build upon the idea, knowledge, make them retract, make them forestore. I'm not sure what to get, if I'm being honest. Because I've never used these, believe it or not. I guess I'll get the Scuttle Bracer. A fine artifact you carry there, Redbug. That broken tool, it is Weaver make.
Benny Frank.
I believe so, Master. A relic of their old workshop, lost to fetid caves beyond the citadel. The parts suggest a weapon of thread, one I could attempt to repair myself, had I endless time. An architect's work owes much to the art of the first children. They set expert standards for the tools and talents of Farloom's Eternal. If you desire demand, I can remake the tool, though my own mind directive may produce unique results. Alright, so now I can do this. Silk Shot, an intricate implement of Farloom's first children. I can repair the weapon, though it will bear some trace of my identical idiom. Or identity idiom, okay. So it just adds it to the shop, basically. Red Bug, do you ask, need our service? We shall create as our directive. Yeah, directive. As it is our directive. To serve for Farloom Eternal. Always an architect. Designs divine, or derive, from these thoughts, creations, from these memories, skill. To mend, I could not read the rest of that. To serve eternal. For these thoughts, creations, always an architect. For these memory skills. To mend unending. To serve eternal. Okay. So it's basically talking about what their prime directive is, what their purpose is. While I'm at it, let me look at all this and read over this. Rotary Key of the Architects opened their chapel in the Underworks. And then we got Scuttle Bracer, artificial spine that clasps tight around the shell. Enhances the wearer's innate flexibility, allowing rapid retreat. Good morning. Will you get this Silk Shot? No. The Silk Shot I plan on getting for this playthrough is the only one I have not gotten across all my playthroughs, which is the one from the Forge Daughter, which, as I understand it, is actually the worst one compared to the other two, because apparently the damage numbers for it is just weirdly inconsistent. Like, it'll hit high and low for seemingly no reason. Only use the Weaver Silk Shot. His damage is way better. Yeah, I got that on my first playthrough. I forgot to read this. Clawline, Advanced Weaver Talent. Throw the silk strung needle like a harpoon and charge forward towards it. So yeah, once I get that one, I will exit out to my other two files, and then we'll read the lore entries for those two as well. But that is the only reason why I'm going to get the Silk Shot, that specific Silk Shot for this playthrough. Admittedly, I do not want to. I will be entirely honest. for this Steel Soul file, I would want it to be the true Silk Shot. Well, there's one thing I can do. I know a way around it. There's one thing I can do. The Weaver Silk Shot seems to be slower at firing, but has piercing ability. Yeah, it just damages way more on top of that. Compared to the other two. As well. As much as I would like to hoard this specific item I just picked up, it would just be better to use it now. A locked gate bearing the symbol of an architect. So here we have the Chapel of the Architect, which is the smallest chapel in the game. It also has a missable lore room. So we see a bunch of other architects here, dead and forgotten. Always another. Always eternal. Designs divine. Always another. Our hope. Build craft past. Always another. Design divine. I believe that is all the dialogue here. So this gives us insight on the thought process and the purpose of the architects. If their name was not an indicator of that in of itself, but it seems like the only thing they could really think for themselves in that regard was just, you know, build, design, craft, and then pass the knowledge on to the next architect, because there will seemingly, as they put it, always be another one. But now we know that to not be true, so let's get this lore dialogue. Can it end? Remember. This is also interesting because it is just the fourth choir looking construct here that glows. Normally, every other chapel I've gone to, if you play the needle in, it shows an outline of what the crest would look like. But I guess because of this one being more mechanical in nature, that's probably why we do not see the outline of it, and we just see the glow of this thing's eyes. Our existence. Anything else? As it was built. Wait, I just realized I can get all 3 silk shots right now, remember. What I can do is I can make a backup save and I could just reload it so that we can reload all of them. It shall not end. That would have been a way I could have done it if I didn't already have the other 2, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to eventually get the Forged Daughters silk shot for this file, then I'm going to load that file so I can get the true silk shot, because that's my favorite variation out of all of them. It would be nice to have a file with, have 3 separate files with all the different silk shots on them so I can use them all respectively. But for this file, I would just have more comfort in my mind to have the true silk shot because it works better. Also, eventually I have to try using some of these other tools. Like these things specifically. Because all these other ones I've definitely used. But something I wanted to do for this playthrough was use like tools that I do not typically use, like normally. So I've used the warding bell a lot for this playthrough. This as well. This, obviously. Multi-binder, I think I will give a shot eventually. Pull-up pouch, I've definitely used that. Weaver light, I've been using that. Spool extender, I've definitely used that on occasion. And then injector band, I definitely use that. It's just a lot of these yellow tools. Like, I've used all of these, obviously. I have to eventually use this as well. This is the only one I've not used, but then again, it's just worthless. I've definitely used these. I've used this. I have to try using this when I get the opportunity. It's a good idea. Usually people can't compare, since equip them at a bench also forces you to save the game. Yeah. I think the next playthrough I do of this game, that file I will just go for the Forged Daughter. Our memories are records. The Forged Daughter, Silk Shot, so that way I can truly have one per file. Even though I never like things like that in games, I think if you have things, even Dark Souls, like even in Dark Souls and a lot of those games where they force you to be like, oh, the only way you can get this one item is you know, one per playthrough, and technically one per save file. But with New Game Plus, you know, you could have all three. That's why I kind of wish, even though I know a lot of people, what I'm about to say to a lot of people consider this a Metroidvania is actual blasphemy and heresy. But I think Hollow Knight, maybe not so much of Hollow Knight, but I think silksong should have some kind of New Game Plus. So that way you can have all the silk shots and stuff. Even though I know why you do not see New Game Pluses in Metroidvanias like whatsoever. There's a good reason for it because of how the games work and how they're structured. But at the same time, I do not like when games do that. About, oh, this one tool that you can only get one of and the other two variations of this one specific tool suck. Yeah, we're not letting you have all three. We're not letting you do what you can do with the Vault Vessel and transform them into the other two variations. You're forced to have one or the other. I think that's dumb, but you know, maybe they'll change that. Because that's also how Carefree Melody and Grimchild work in Hollow Knight. You can only have one or the other, and I think that's dumb. They should have just given you both somehow. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, get this. Alright, we got the Architect Crest. Bound the Crest of Architects. Spin the needle as a screw, shredding foes, spend silk to temporarily recraft new tools. To change crest, yes. And now we can go back to Eva, definitely, and we'll have, more, we'll be able to get the other Vesta Crest. It also pushes you forward. Which I think this is the only crest in the game that does that, right? That's the run attack. Oh, that's right. This is one of the only, this is one of the only crests in the game where there's technically other hold attacks. Or charge attacks. So this is the default, run attack, right? And then that's the run charge attack. Upswing. And then that is the charged pogo. Because otherwise it is like that. Seems like there's actually a short version of it. Yeah, if you hold forward, it actually ends it sooner, but if you just... You can cancel out of it to some degree, it seems. So if you try to do a pogo and you hold one of the directions down, it ends it earlier. But this is just the raw pogo, and then you can obviously hold it and do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how this crest works because I use it so little compared to the other ones. Do you have anything to say? Master, I've communed with the shrine above. Your learnings are unique, techniques born of cogwork hearts. Their mastery will require some commitment on my part. Red Bug, are you the first organic shell to fuse our memories? Such behavior, my line would have believed impossible. Still, your broad arsenal did suggest strong affinity with the mechanical craft, enough to allow access to our thoughts stored.
Yanara.
Yours is an impressive skill, Master. I'm grateful for the insight. Anything new to say? No. Hornet, please. Alright, so the only way to go is through here, and this unlocks all this over here. And then eventually we have to go all the way back up to Songclave, and then worry about, saving, can't believe I forgot her name. Or his name, sorry. Saving, Sherma, there we go. Let's do this, and... maybe? No, let's do this one instead. And so that is 5 of the 7 crests in the entire game. It's just a witch and shaman crest left to get. And I need to find 5 more memory lockets. But we have all that sorted now, for the most part. Oh, I remember how this goes. It actually... we want the pin right here. From there, now that we have the claw line, there's a few places I can actually go down to visit. Like, I can finally clear out this, but this part is very dangerous. So I have to be careful. I can access the rest of Deep Docks. That is something else I can do. Oh, we can finally get, the Silk Dart. I'll actually do that right now. What's the fastest way out of here? Over here. Well, no, technically not, but I would prefer to go this way. Down here is a craft metal, I believe. It's either that or a spool fragment, but I think it's a craft metal. Wow, pogoing doesn't even help. That was a spool fragment. We're not that far off from, having max, yeah, spools. Maxed out silk and stuff. Believe it or not. From my experience, this part of the game is when it really starts ramping up the amount of, spool fragments you get. That worked out. Hubris. Hubris again. This door is locked from this side. So let's put a pin here. We have to loop back around. We access it primarily through bile waters and stuff, I believe, and technically through Whispering Vault. The Whispering Vaults. Okay. So I'm just getting my bearings, making sure I know exactly where I am. Okay, apparently that counts as a pogoable thing. Wow. An actual waste of time. Wait a minute. We might have to bench warp. I'm not taking the chance. I'm wondering if I should try a new crest. I know I said I was going to stick with the Reaper crest, but I'm wondering if I should try a new crest. Nah, it's fine. Yeah, we have all that worked out. I guess we just have to go down and take the Ventrica station. Up and out of here, back to Songclave. I guess go all the way through White Ward, save a Sherma, and have all that worked out. The only other thing I can do right now is get the Fey Down Cloak. Actually, does the Architect have anything new to say now? Because usually if you leave and then come back... No. Nope, that was almost a horrific mistake. Where was I going? Down. And that is Ironworks. Thank God it's over. I have a love-hate relationship with Ironworks because I like the idea and aesthetic of it and what it represents, especially on a narrative degree. I just hate going through it. It's not a Biowaters by any means, but still it's like, ugh, I have to go through Underworks. But, yeah, let us go to First Shrine and see if Sherma left, because I have a feeling that now that White World is open, Sherma's probably not there anymore. Nope. Ahoy!
No, Zobo.
All your work and luck, they keep arriving. It's bugs aplenty up here now. Hapless, weak, and alive they are. But alive they are. More scared than weak, they seem to me. It is heartening knowing these few have survived safe for your care.
Ah, Elos.
That's your work, bell ringer, not mine. Ringing and helping. Hope they recognize your efforts, cause I provide much. And I ain't one for fighting for the choir and their pins if their pins ever come calling.
Not a miss.
Heard you did the saving for our dear merchant there. I've seen her about sneaking and scrounging, even I think I understand what that, even before you was ringing that bell. I think that means even before you start, whatever. She's a useful sort, but don't let her age be fooling. She's still the sharpest mind for a deal. Won't be long till there's nary a rosary about this shrine that ain't found its way into her pockets.
Aledara.
Have you done it yet, Bellringer? Wriggled deep, discovered the depths of obsession that brought this place so low.
Wineta.
If you speak of the Citadel and its silk, caretaker, then yes, I know of the start of it. In the ward down below, I saw it clear. The hallowed husks and the many torturous implements, machines to instill a bug with thread that would see their life extended. Aye, that's it, in part. But there's more scale to it than all that. Just think of them greedily shoving silk into their shells. The madness that overcame them, eternal life for mortal bugs. And think on how long it's all gone on. The children born of them, all the pilgrims after, the silk has seeded deep into the kingdom shells generations deep. Yeah, so this is what I was saying. The experiments in the White Ward literally made it to where everyone who was born in Farloom after a certain point had silk in their bodies. And there was nothing, like I said, because of how that works and because of how we know grandmother's silk to work, that means being born in Farloom means you are screwed. You are just waiting for her to choose to take control of you randomly. There are it's implied that there's ways to resist it, but at the same time, if she just chooses to snare you up in her web, there's nothing you can do about it. No wonder Farlam's... I think this is Hornet talk. Yeah, it's Hornet talking. No wonder Farlam's bugs prove so much easier for prey. So much easier prey for that haunted thread. It had only to seek for itself to reach them. Oh, now you're seeing it, Bellringer. These poor pilgrims, all born bound to the cruel system of our world, now stricken in its new cursed web. You at least are free from it, and free to shake it all up, if that's your choosing.
Oh, cacho.
Don't think I ain't see it in there, or don't think I ain't see it. Wait, what? Don't think I ain't seen it? Can you speak normally? Jesus Christ. All these weird commas and places and... She's like Unicron for Transformers Prime. You take Dark Energon. I take you over regardless. Megatron, you have no choice. Yeah, basically. But ironically, you like... Grandmother Silk would be worse than Unicron because it's not like Dark Energon is like in every Cybertronian, it's hyper specific to Unicron himself. So you'd have to partake in it in order for him to make it to where, oh, you're mine now. Very similar to the Radiance. In order for the Radiance to really take control of you, you have to partake in her infection. You have to let her in. Grandmother Silk, no, you're just cooked. A whole lot of helping you've been up to, both here and down below. It's a strange mantle you've taken for yourself, seeing all them bugs saved and wishes promised. You find it strange, sure. I find some solace in the service, and the rewards received have proved a boon on my journey. Aye, but it ain't your place now, is it? I see well that you are a weaver and more. It's below your station. You ain't no common sort meant for Karen on us low folk.
Buenera.
I could say the same for you, who still chooses to remain cowled. You continue to pose as only a simple pilgrim. Don't you think it's past time you cease the performance?
No,
Leave off, old one. Permit a bug their small disguise. It's been a pleasant thing to play simple, and I weren't calling for change. Sorry, I read that wrong. Weren't calling for a change. Whatever. Speak normal. Even if you seem insistent on bringing it. Change was unavoidable, sir. Whether I arrived or not, the monarch stirs, the threads stretch far. My presence only accelerated the inevitability.
Elos.
So what are you hoping for, eh? Planning on usurping? To perch above us all as queen? To build our hopes only... To build up our hopes only to string us all up in your own beastly web? Such is the way of weavers and gods both.
Not a miss.
Here I think I already read this. Disillusion used up. Settlement you summoned. Misspell ringer. Blasted bottom me, not sure we have anything left. Okay, yeah, that's everything. God damn! I forgot. I was trying to pick up the quest to save Sherma. Well, there goes an item from my inventory. Balm for the wounded. Sherma of Songclave, for the sake of our ailing brothers and sisters, I decided to descend into the Holy White Ward and search for healing supplies. If you are able, please join me. Company will make the work much merrier. You have anything new for me? No. Alright, we have to go back to White Ward and save Sherma because he's going to die otherwise. What's the fastest way there? Quarrel chambers, right? Quarrel chambers. Well, I'm getting tired and hungry. I should have used my claw line there. I forgot I had it. Thank you. Out of the way. You know, I was about to say something after I said out of the way, but I elected not to. Even though I probably should say because it would be funny. Whoa. I really do not want to heal, but I have to. I need to make sure I have as much self. God damn it. Oh my god. Average white ward experience. Whoa. It's not even that big of an area, it's just, you know, the enemies here. The only reason why I go out of my way to kill these guys is because of the journal entries and stuff. Problem. Alright, there we go. Where was it? God damn it. Right here, right? Yeah. This is also where we see the rest of the, weird bloodborne enemies. Hey, Sherma. Oh, Red Maiden, have no fear. 'Tis only I, Sherma. I found healing supplies, but then the way back collapsed. I heard some moaning from the dark. Oh, how thankful I am to see you. Hold your gratitude, little one. The dead are stirring. I just realized I'm doing this with a very weak needle. Surgeon. Cruel physician of White Ward. Responsible for operating and modifying on the choir bugs. Really? Problem. Lore entry, I need a moment to breathe. It lies low to the ground, perhaps out of reverence for its task. It can spring up suddenly to attack. Its sheer, make for a deadly weapon with surprising reach. Okay. Wish me luck. Let me get from side. There we go, okay. Whew, that was close. Their procedures with Silk may have prolonged life within the Citadel, but they unknowingly gifted many minds to the Monarch, yep. Hey, Sherma.
Oliver,
Oh, Red Maiden, sorry to have lured you into such danger. And those poor bugs bewitched by the thread. No sin could possibly warrant such a fate.
Buenera.
Your pity is not misplaced, but better suited for another time. For now, you should look to your own care. Yes, I should get these healing supplies back to the pilgrim settlement above. My brothers and sisters have waited long enough. Alright, we save Sherma.
Cadestre.
Can you safely make your way back to the settlement, little one? Could I escort you if need be? Or I could escort you need be, sorry. Oh no. I'll lay no more of my troubles upon you, Red Maiden. With the way cleared, I can return under my own guidance. After all, what's another pilgrimage, haha? Oh, and I have something for you as well. I found it buried amongst the broken relics down here in the darkness, glowing with a pale light. 'Tis an odd-looking thing, not exactly holy seeming, but I would be honored if you'd accept it all the same. Thus, Jesus, I was about to call it a vessel fragment. No, spool fragment. I'll bring the healing supplies to the settlement with all haste, Red Maiden. Fear not on my behalf. My fellow pilgrims are all praying for me, and thereby no harm will befall me. Okay. This place, hidden from holy light. All the suffering. How did it escape the citadel's sight? Am I not holy enough? The silk, all for the silk. All the suffering. Pen's pain. Poor Sherma, man. How old, how long, all the suffering. Okay. We can also open this now, which gives us... Wait, no. Above me. God! Almost made it. What does this give me again? I don't even remember. It was an item or something like that. Surgeon's key. Boss key, right? Jesus. Holy shit. Surgeon's key. Discarded key of the White Ward opens the sleuth beneath the operating theater. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Jesus. Both of the close calls of the stream have been in White Ward, by the way. Did it save me in Sherma's Oh. I forgot I took this bench. I was about to say, if it saved me in the room where Sherma was. That reminds me, wasn't there a hidden room in the White Ward for Steel Soul? Where is it? No. Oh, but there, it looks like there is a... No, never mind. I was about to say, it looks like there's a Steel Soul thing, no. Okay. Looking at this, looks like the only other thing here in the White Ward is the boss thing and then the other area. So... Now what? I'm not using the surgeon's key just yet. I'm far too nervous to begin with. We have that. We got the clawline. I guess it's time to get the what's it called, right? The double jump? Really? Oh man, now I have to stay. Problem. There we go. I also need to look for the last few Gurman locations. Alright, we have all that worked out. Sherma will be back at the Songclave. Where do I need to be, though? That is what... I guess I could try seeing what's at the top of this. There's something I can do. Obviously exploring the rest of the deep docks, but that sounds like cancer, so I'm going to try to avoid that. Maybe get another mass fragment. I know where one is. Oh! I know what I can do. There's another area I can explore. What else? We have access to a new area now, but I would rather get the double jump first. So it is looking like the objective for me right now is to go to what's it called? Mount Faye. Jesus. So sense I just said consciously. Slab. Alright, what I'm going to do is equip this. So that way I can give myself heat if I'm having a hard time getting through certain parts of this place. First I'll go down here, you know, hit stuff. Problem. Oh shit. Problem. I'm just glad you played for Sherma, poor thing. Yeah, I was going to regardless anyway. Like, that was an instance where I was doing it more for Sherma rather than the lore, but still. Lay. Alright, new area. That we cannot see. Child with a needle. How far our wandering takes us. The cold air here bites through our shells as true as any blade. Warm yourself by my lantern while I call. Farloom is a land of harsh extremes. Perhaps it is, in part, why the pilgrims have a culture of testing themselves against its ferocity. I don't think that was the right word. I'm assuming it was, though. Perhaps when I first encountered them, I had little respect for the weak, ragged, bundled bugs. Too cowardly even to carry a weapon. But, Dondaku. Sometimes we judge too quickly. There is a subtle strength to them, though it is different from, difficult for me to truly understand. Sorry, not different. Mount Faye map, the jagged crest looming over all of Farloom. Its whipping winds and biting colds will pierce the strongest shell. I love how all the maps actually look different from each other too. You have purchased the last of my mapping supplies, yes. In this moment, yep. The charting the heights of this great mount would prove a mighty challenge. For now, I see only its base. Once I have completed the search for a master, I would like to return and attempt to climb it in full. Okay. So now we have this. Kraki. So now we're going to go to the, quote, hidden Weaver Atla. So here is a very clear area that looks like it has Weaver influence. It's just, if this was a Weaver Atla, it is long since fallen to ruin and stuff. I'll see if there's any... Wow, I never realized the needle one makes this thing activate. It's trying its best. Spider, sister, if seeking communion with the creature atop this mount, Take the climb above as a test, a challenge beyond even our setting. Upon that summit granted, upon that summit gained, the creature hailed. No, it shall choose what gift to grant, with death as likely as insight. So that is basically, if I was to guess, that is probably the thing that made a lot of people say that this is the path of pain of Silksong, as that one very funny video said. Because it has a very similar connotation as the tablet in front of the path of pain. Basically saying, oh, brave this challenge and see if you're worthy, right? Menemoid? Flighted creature formed from cold shards. If shattered, it will quickly reform, surely. Made it. Driflin, gentle glider of Mount Fey. Its downy wings and cowl allow it to resist even the most cutting cold. Can't beat Mount Fey. Yeah, it is a tough combat challenge, or not combat, sorry, platforming challenge, but I guess I'm desensitized to it because I did the Path of Pain in Hollow Knight. That was such a Soundwave thing to do. It tried its best, kills it. Yeah, he's one of my favorites for a reason. By the way, welcome to the stream, rank, I believe is how it said. I think I actually have to go down. No, yeah. There's no way. Yep. Nothing over here. Problem. How many more of those mememoid things? 3. I believe further down is one more view. Know that for a fact. We can see where the silk shot technology came from. These things. Servitor Boran. Broken construct built by weavers past, able to fire a focus beam of silken light to carve halls and chambers through ice and bone. I tried Path of Pain and did it. Nice. So you're in a cool kids club is what you're saying. Now I think about it, how many people have actually like completed the Path of Pain? I've done it like a multitude of times at this point. But I do know that there's a lot of people who attempted the Path of Pain and just quit. I'd be lying if I said, oh, we have a problem. Big problem, actually. Lord. The other bench should be nearby, yeah. I cut it mega close there. I was surprised I got through that as well as I did. I just beat Path of Pain a few days ago. I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, it is a very tough challenge. A lot of people will simply choose to give up rather than actually do it. Look at all these rosaries. Memory crystal. Reflective stone with mnemonic properties. Mnemonic properties. I'm not sure how to pronounce the first word, I'll be honest. Even when I first played the game. Menetic? No, memonetic. I don't know. When taking damage, a memory of the bearer is formed of crystal. The memory will shatter into sharp spines if an enemy comes into contact. I've actually never been able to beat the Pantheon of Hollowness, so I'm going to reattempt it since my new playthrough's on PC. I've beaten the Pantheon of Hollowness at least twice. And I have like 800 hours in Silksong, or not Silksong, Jesus, in Hollow Knight. So it is a very difficult challenge. Mnemonic. Okay, let's see. Mnemonic. Hey, I hear a mass shard that we cannot get. Right here. Watch it tease us. Because Team Cherry is so not evil. I think Mount Fate is hard for me because I have the chakra bench. But not the rosary bench. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, that would suck. As crazy as it sounds, I am going back. That way I can open all this up properly. Hornet. You have clawline? Yep. We got it not that long ago. And now we're doing Mount Fei to get double jump so I can do other stuff before doing the stuff I'm trying to put off for as long as possible. Oh, that answers my question, yeah. We have this now, so I can basically make my way back. Okay, I should have actually gotten their journal entry now. Yeah. The culture arts, even when destroyed, it remembers its former shape and remarkable material, and perhaps even more astonishing, there seems life contained within. Ow! Ow! Look away for 5 seconds. What's down here? Nothing. Trying to go too fast. Surprised I didn't put a secret there. Like that one in King Station. Everyone knows the one I'm talking about. The one where everyone thinks to themselves, why would Team Cherry add this? Problem. No, you don't. That's why I equipped this. Nope. Thank you, Flit Slate. Interesting. I got a new keyboard, And the sound makes it so satisfying, dude. Hold on. Fall through here really fast. The sound that makes it so satisfying. I'm new to PC stuff in general too. Like the PC I'm streaming from right now, I got that long ago. So I'm actually not sure all the logistics, if you would. Jesus. In relation to satisfying keyboard sounds. I think my keyboard sounds satisfying enough. If that is a metric to go off of. Alright, another flea saved. Get me out. Would be pissed if I had fallen there. Especially how low my health is. Jesus, man. This game is scarier than Hollow Knight sometimes and Steel Soul. There's another one of those. This specific enemy is going to suck to do the journal entry on because there's so few places it actually shows up. I think there actually is only like 2 places it shows up. Really? No, you don't. I'm doing about Faye right now. I hope you have better luck with it than you were having before. Because it is a difficult platforming challenge. I mean, after doing it, like, I say that, right? Even though if you watch back my VOD of when I first played this game, I had, like, an absurdly easy time with it compared to what I was hearing other players, like, going through. This one would make a perfect pet, but for the freezing temperature it requires... Wait, what? But for the freezing temperature it requires for comfort. Yeah, if you watch my first playthrough of this game, the stream I did it on, I even acknowledged the fact that I heard people were saying that this specific platforming challenge, they were calling the Path of Pain of Silksong, and then I had an incredibly easy time with it, and then I remember saying my disappointment is immeasurable and my days ruined. Because so many people were hyping it up, making it sound like the hardest thing that Team Cherry ever designed platformer-wise, but I was like, no, it's definitely still the Path of Pain. It's funny because in a normal playthrough, I rarely die, but that's because I've got nothing to lose. I know if I try Steel Soul, it'll be so hard. Yeah. And we need double jump for this. Hello. An ancient tuning machine. I just realized how easily I did that. I just processed that's over. Path of Pain, everyone. I was not even thinking, I was just going through it. How fast was that? Call the big fluffy burb. Received the Fade Down cloak. Press X. Fabled feather down. Layered within the cloak. Leap again while airborne. Soar above foes. Reach new heights. Strike from above. And now the game is opened up to us massively. We're no longer affected by the cold. Let's get this lore from this thing. Which is most likely a moth, believe it or not. Some kind of moth. and it has no lore other than the fact it just sings. She's generally my favorite creature in the game, so fluffy. Yeah, I'd say she's up there, actually. I'd agree with that sentiment. So here's where we actually repair the silk shot. There's all this I have to explore. There's this up here. Right in here, I think, is where the one of the last shell mass shards is in the game. I wish there was more of the Fey bird, but yeah. I believe an old rune displaying the design for a weaver weapon. No. I'll get this later. Okay, I'm not used to having double jump, apparently. I guess I went so long without it. I keep moving through these places like I'm on a time limit, but no, that's long since passed. Got the fade down cloak now. Spikes. What are you doing, Hornet? See some choir bugs here. Which is interesting to me. The fact the presence of choir bugs implies something. What? I genuinely have no clue. I have no idea why we would see them here. The mass maker, yeah. Trails I was subconsciously going to him. Alright, here we go. Mass maker time, so a lot of lore. A visitor, glad you are, but you have already a mask, already a face. It is for those without that I must carve. All deserve a face, a chance to be, until I wither for the faceless I shall provide. To work, the mask must be carved. All deserve, yep. To exist, a face is needed. It is the essential thing. Fresh faces for all. A land defined. A mask to hide. I agree with this guy. What greater a gift? Fresh face for all. Mask to be. Fresh face for all. Mask to hide. Oh, old one. Your kind should know it's rude to expose me such. Unmasked, the task becomes heavy.
Cadestre.
I had the desire to hear you loose it, Masker. Though you may protest. Aye. Well, it's no great shock to have you visit. I felt the stringing of our monarch. Even all the way out here, the tremor of her kind brought close. You're planning a confrontation with her then. The one atop, our great frayed god.
Buenera.
Our meeting seems inevitable, though first I seek the strength to ensure a favorable outcome. Ha. As I'd guessed, your ancient kind aren't told to be abide one another's. Your ancient kind aren't told to abide one another peacefully. I've never done this before. What? I didn't know it was a thing. You can do it with the original Mask Maker too, yeah. So you could either use a nail art and break off the Mask Maker's mask in the original Hollow Knight, or you could use Descending Dark. In this game, I presume if you use a silk skill or a charge attack like I just did, it gets rid of the mask and you get more lore. Well, I assume you prevail. Assuming you prevail, I'll ask only that my labor may continue. No matter the state of these lands, you should well know the necessity of my service. Did you treat with the creature up atop the summit, or upon the summit? Your legged ancestors once found her company compelling, enough to build her chambers and their calling device. Wait, what? Enough to build their chambers and their calling device at the height of this perilous peak. I knew you could do it in Hollow Knight, but did not think of doing it in Silksong. Yeah, I didn't either. I saw like a clip of it, and I realized, oh yeah, why did I think of that? You could do it in the first game, right? Why not this one? So yeah, I think this flew over a lot of people's heads. Ironically enough, even with the knowledge of the Mask Maker and Hollow Knight. I paid my respects and granted her favor. Her down now fills my cloak and does much to ward against the frost of the heights, or these heights. To pass something so precious. That's a mighty gift you've been granted. Seems she's thrown her lot in with you. I'd not have guessed her so opposed to our threaded monarch, but then she too must have sensed the wretched state of things, and the harshness, and the harsher change to come.
Fadastama.
You have the sight maker. Tell me what you see in me. Your mask. It reads clear enough, old one. Watcher, hunter, monarch even, though you may reject that station. A complex vestige, perhaps, yet still to my sight it looks unresolved.
Yanara.
If you see a transitional state, it is one I have accepted. My mask has remained defined through lifetimes uncounted. Aye. Rigid, I'm sure, but your kind rarely develops evenly. And the lifetime of bugs are poor measures for one like you. Could be there's more growth awaiting you yet. Enough talk, old one. Mine is a calling that scant allows rest. Very well, Mask Maker. I shall take my leave.
Megina Fora.
Megina Fura. My favorite Hornet line. Master B. Land Define, okay. All the lore has been acquired for now. We've spoken with Mask Maker, now we make our way down. While skirting death, apparently. Very interesting. Oh, so that just lets us get up here, huh? Me needs think. I believe I've gotten everything in this area. Ow! Almost perfect! It's got Lord, I'm processing. Oh my god, yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna take it slow. I'm going to take it slow, I've decided. I suddenly got the inclination to float down. Oh my god, I suck! I suck! What happened? Bench warp, yeah. I'm going to fly down this side because there's stuff over here. On this side, all the way going down. There's rosaries on one of these. Ow. I gotta take it slow. Proceeds to go impatiently Starscream route, nearly dies. No, Starscream's case, nothing ever works out for him. That's the difference. At least worked out for me. I got back down. Shocker's gone, I'm pissed. So I need to put a marker here for when we evolve again, presumably. But outside of that, that is basically everything in, and this up here too. Let's put a silver one because I have nothing else. There's everything in Mount Fae. Megatron coughs. Megatron has fallen! What am I doing now? Because I can reach a lot of places. I can reach a lot of places now. I could get the trap here, but I'm gonna hold off on that. I'll be able to better navigate deep docks. I can also better navigate this place. I might as well remove this pin. I'm not even sure that shell are just going to spawn there again. Oh, we can also explore... we can do this. We can do Laguli, whatever her name is. Oh yeah, let me remove this pin. I do not need that there anymore. There's a lot of places in the Citadel itself I can actually explore now. The Memoriam being... Actually, that's what we're going to do first. We're going to go back to the Citadel and explore the Memoriam. So that way we can get Hollow Purple, I mean, a Vault Vessel. Have you seen the uncubbable short of G1 Transformers? What? The uncubable? No. That does not sound familiar, even though it probably should. Alright, flee freed. Do you mean the cereal commercial from way back when? No, that's Energon O's, my bad. I just showed my age. I just showed my age, my bad. Oh, I know someplace we can go. Era. As many pins as I can get rid of off the map to give me... Did I just go back to Bellheart? No, I meant Blasted Steps. Many places I can go, the better. I would have been able to get in this area way earlier if it wasn't for Team Cherry nerfing Beast Claw. And I'm saying nerf because that should not have been taken out. Beast Claw momentum storage needs to be patched back in.
Hello, Mick. Oh then, what's a fancy bug like you creeping into Grindel's cozy little nook for? Heard we had some nice stuff, did ya? Oh, like all kinds of tasty goodies found their way here. That's for sure.
Nada.
I care little for how you procured your goods, thief. If you have something worth trading, I may part with my rosaries. There are a YouTube channel that makes G1 skips like Optimus is really depressed and misses his wife. Megatron is colorblind and calls all the Seekers. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. because they all look, I think I know who you're talking. I know a myriad of people who do skits for Transformers. I think I know who the second you mentioned Megatron being colorblind and calling all the Seekers the same. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Well, we never say no to a fair swap. Now, take a look at what we've got.
What are you buying? Thief's Mark. Sign yourself as a snitch. Yeah, as a snitch. And scoop up more rosaries from your bested foes. Just watch out when you're snitching that you don't lose some of your own. This will make rosary farming a lot more efficient. A basic tool of the job there. Throw your big needle and scratch shiny straight off your target shell. Mine. Beautiful thing, a glowing little piece of something. Stinks of them horrid crawling whisperers a bit. So it might be dangerous. You should take it. Give us your rosaries and lighten my claws of it. Another spool fragment. More healing. More gutter. Psalm cylinder. You like this gleaming spinner I snatched from the big citadel? There's a way to make it sing to you, or so they say. I also love that one skit where Starscream, Shockwave, and Soundwave all argue which Gatorade color's better.
Soundwave would like the white
Gatorade. My favorite line. Craft kit. You're in the habit of crafting all kinds of nasty tools and traps, ain't you? This kit'll let you build even nastier. Hehe. And then, want your clickety-clackities threaded nice and tight? Old Grindel will do it gladly if you let him snatch a few for himself.
Edelmec. Motera.
What you've got there, matey mates? What I've got is mine, my love. Okay, I think it's the exact same. We bought out Grindel's shop. That is how long we went without being able to buy anything from any shops meaningfully. So, let me look at my inventory. We got Psalm cylinder. Metallic cylinder of Citadel make, etched with a recording of sound. The cylinder can be played into a gramophone. And we got max damage on our tools. The last tool pouch upgrade we get in Act 3, so we do not have to worry about any more tool pouch upgrades for now. We got this snitch pick, hooked tool for the forceful retrieval of loot from bugs and husks. Harpoon into foes to steal rosaries and shell shards while causing additional damage. And then we have to look at the stitch pin. Yep, symbol worn to identify oneself to fellow thieves. Gain extra rosaries from defeated enemies, but lose some rosaries on taking damage. Have you playing aloud, and my cat thought Grindel singing. Heard Grindel singing. I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is that? Weird sound I'm hearing. Tell your cat I'm sorry. So I did not mean to confuse your cat. I guess we could go down here and get the crags, I mean. Let me also remove the flint slate because I no longer need it. So weird having double jump now. Platforming's a lot easier. See, kids, back in my day, release, basically, these guys took 2 massive damage off you. That's how it was back in my day. You guys have it easy. problem. Thank you. Wait, you'll have new dialogue, right? He kept staring at the phone and bobbing his head. Also replayed your, also replied, replayed your apology, and his reaction was literally just a paw on my face.
Mangina fora.
Pinstress, why do you choose to live amidst these storm-swept caverns? Surely there are more hospitable places. Somewhere gentler, warmer. I'd only go soft. How else is one expected to maintain her wits? Then this is not a place of hiding. That citadel up atop seems no friend to the free or the strong who choose to remain apart. Aye, yes. Oh, I will, yes. That's to a reason, the one that shames me some. Our Grand Citadel learnt from the training of Pinstress's past. Then it went and turned those teachings upon us. Despite our superior skills, our numbers have always been fewer and their strength overwhelmed. Of my once revered order, only 2 of us remain, wormed away in Farlam's forgotten corners, and my Pin sibling, she's lost herself to more peaceable pursuits. I beat Mount Faye. GG, nice. I think Mount Faye's more intimidating than you would think it is. It's one of those things where it's like, it's very intimidating, but once you do it, it's like, oh. It's not that bad. Of what you know. Okay. We've already gotten all this. So over here leads us to a new area. One Pinstress pulled a Shio and was like, I like crafts. I was the guy who was talking about the chakra bench. Yeah, I remember. But even still, like I said, GG on completing it. Bastard. Alright. Coral sways, clear waters flow upon our river free of time. Welcome to the sands of Karat. Or Karak. Okay, let's stop it. Coral firm. Dark furred bug protecting itself with spiked coral nut. I heard you say coral. I was like, coral? Where? The good thing about Reaper's Crest is it does have the reach that makes a lot of this platforming over here easier. This Driznarga, I think. Large male Driznit, ferocious and territorial, fires its heavy coral mask at intruders. And we finally have another memory locket. Finally. So up here where we are specifically is a, it leads to the rest of this place proper, so we'll place a pin right here to remember. Problem. I tried a wall jump. I love Reaper Crest. Yeah, I've been liking it a lot this playthrough. And after using it more, I do not see why so many people say it's bad. I think it's actually just a skill issue. Because what I ended up discovering about it is it seems like very efficient when it comes to dealing with crowds. Like, if the Wanderer's Crest is good for single targets, right? And the Hunter's Crest is just like the generally more well-balanced crest out of all the other crests. Like, you know, it's not really... It does not really excel at anything, but it also does not really, like, fall behind in anything either. Then the Reaper Crest is like crowd control. Because it can corral a lot of enemies very easily with the knockback it has. And then there's the Beast Crest, which arguably is, like, probably best suited for, like, high-skill damage plays and stuff. Architect is for people who like to use tools and stuff. Please, 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 please. Stand that thing. Not worth it. Got. I don't like this place. I do not like this place. Can't stand this place. Turbio's a little easier with Reaper Crest. I can imagine why. Probably the knockback, right? Have anything new to say? Back again, Needlebug. Surely you've more important places calling than these sandy steppes. I shan't stay long, Pinterest. Your home and your skills offer a sense of safety rare about these lands. And so is Cogwork Dancers. Interesting. Cogwork. I guess I'll find out for myself. Even my welcome has limits, Needlebug. I become well accustomed to solitude. It's and it's unnerving to play host to your strange strength alone. Okay. Weaverlight has been invaluable when it comes to platforming with the clawline. Just having that extra little bit to just go places a lot faster. Why is this here? Just for display, I guess. It is starting to run up on time I wrap up stream, though. I just looked over at what time it was for me. And I do, like I said, there's a cutoff point where I have to go. But, I will do this area, as much of it as I can anyway, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream from there. And work out what to do afterwards. In terms of areas to explore. Obviously, when it comes to, like, getting lore entries and stuff like that. Why? Oh, that was my fault. I used my double jump, act like I had another double jump. Really? would have been so livid if I fell from that somehow. Alright, so from here, we're actually very close to unlocking access to the rest of Blasted Steps from this one place. Pokenabin, I think. Drifting creature with a wide coral mask and a hard proboscis to stab its prey. What is over here? I do not remember. Hell, that's what.
Nisvia?
Fair greeting, Chakra, and these drifts consumed by crust and sand. These caverns have returned to nature, but I see evidence of bold structures buried throughout. The shells of their builders rest in a tower above. A grand tribe they seemed, and strong fighters, I'm sure. Alas, they exist now only as hardened husks. The lament child wielding needle. We lived too late to match their claws. Sands of Karak. Map. Crusted heights above those howling steps. Signs suggest great warriors once ruled this winding place, though the sands have eroded much of their mark. You have purchased last of my mapping supplies, surely. Look at all these rosaries that I do not need, really. Not rosaries, what are they called? If chance allows, visit the tower above. It is an impressive sight, not overgrown by the crust upon these caverns, but rather formed full of the material itself. If the old tribe of this place were able to guide its growth to such grand degrees, then they possess the power to rival even the citadel, or that citadel. That's right, we cannot get here just yet. I will go down here first, though. Never mind, I'm dumb. Actually, no, yes, because we can get the bench here, and then I do not have to worry about fast bench warping so far from the rest of everything. I will explore a little bit more of the sands, and then I'll end the stream. Basically, just do all the important stuff there. So over here, apparently I missed this. This is where one of the ingredients is. I'll put a pin here because there's a boss fight not far from here, and then all this stuff just sucks to go through. So, like, up here is a flea, I believe. Where is it above me? God damn it. I subscribed to your channel, thank you. Thank you for that, very much so appreciate that. I need to look into setting it up to where I get alerts when someone subscribes to me. Because I know that is a thing, even on the YouTube end, but I have no idea how to set it up, so I'll have to look into that. That way I know. Problem. Oh, I moved past it, that's the— oh. Alright, let's get the crust nut. While being as careful as I can. Man, I love being able to go up here and find out that there's nothing for me. Problem. What the hell? Thought that would have reset me. Literally looked away from the screen. This soundtrack that's playing right now, I just realized, it reminds me of a soundtrack from Nier Automata. I do not remember which soundtrack though. Jesus Christ. Do you need Silk Sword to get to the Sands of Karat? No, but there is an area that you can only access, in theory, with Silk Sword. And I say in theory because I have heard it's possible to get up there using other means. I've never done them personally. I'm not even sure how they're done. But ideally, it would just be easier to use, you know, what's it called? To use a Silk Sword. You mean King Crustcon? No. Not even him. There's an area above it right here. There's an area right here that you would need it for. I'll go check it out, yeah. There's actually a very useful tool there, and something else. Problem. Of course. Wow. I actually destroyed it. What is up here? Nothing. There we go. Crust not acquired. That is the third ingredient. 2 more. One we can get not too far from now, actually, and then the last one's the courier's rusher. Crust nut. Tough, furred, seed. Furred? Ew. Furred seed from the centra of a corpora cluster. Stale to taste, but strong once ground by seasoning. Alright, we got that. There's a little bit more I want to explore before ending it, but we are starting to get close. Ow. That was close. Try a little bit before I think I will literally need to bench work. Horrid. Thank God, okay. That is... Oh wait, I remember how it works. So, if I recall correctly, if I hit this, then kind of go around. Should... Actually, no, that's not how it works. Yep. Fuck. Missed. Hear the flea. Oh my God. There we go. Flea acquired. Worst flea to get the entire game, if you ask me. Fairly confident about that assessment. Now I think about, are there any like truly horrid grubs to get outside of deep nest? And even then, a lot of the deep nest grubs that I remember are not that bad. Some of the fleas in this game, though, they're like genuinely awful to get. My God. How much do you want? How much do you want to bet the first DLC will give us a bunch of, will give us a Path of Pain and Silksong officially? I'm not sure, actually. Ironically enough, I am not sure because there technically already is a Path of Pain in Silksong, technically. You know, getting up to the surface. Unless they wanted to make like an extra hard one, but I think it might be more combat centric. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know. Over here is the bench, right? It's at least more to the bench. Okay, the grub in the hive took me so long to figure out. Yeah, but this it's technically not in the hive per se. It's more like around it. Jesus Christ. Hell out of here. Woo! I almost died. Jesus, we just almost saw the run end right there. Simple key. What do you have to say? There's no way you have no dialogue. I refuse to believe that. Wow. Still live. Problem. Alright, this thing, what is it called? Conch fly. Small bug that crafts a shell of sharpened coral. Spins its shell at rapid speeds to cut through crust and bone. What else did I get? Yeah. We have to go down here and then go back up. You want to know why I reacted like that? Because I think in my main playthrough... No, it wasn't. It was the last playthrough I did, which was off camera. I was trying to run through that area without dying, and I just remembered that there was a bench over there. Ran headfirst into it, and it killed me. So that was like a learned experience thing. Like, muscle memory from a traumatic experience is like, wait, idiot. Since you're new to PC gaming, you need to try the Hollow Knight Vocalize mod. Yeah, I know about it. I've even watched some footage of it. But I do not have the game on PC. I have it here. A PlayStation. So I would have to buy the game again, basically. That's another Shellard. Maybe I should put that pin back where I found it. Because I know one spawns over here. I can also remove this now. Why is this here? Oh, I know. Because this leads to an area. Special area. There we go. These are way too tough. I know I need to upgrade my needle, and I can actually get 2 needle upgrades if I'm being realistic, but I'm just being stubborn. That's the easiest I ever went through that. Thanks for the silk. Honestly, seeing more new streamers makes me want to stream again. I've only been streaming just because it does make some parts of content creation easier. Otherwise, I probably do a lot of video formatted stuff primarily. I'll be back for you, but just not right now. I need to clear this. That does 2 massive damage, by the way, if you're not careful. Yeah, now I just have to make my way back. Problem. Alright. Figure out how to do this. There we go. Alright. Get out of here. Is there any way, is there anything to do in Terminus that is related to the final area of the game? And I will tell you this much: you have to access it through here. You have to access it through this elevator. That's the only way to get access to the rest of Terminus proper. Over here is a boss fight, and actually very threatening and dangerous one. So what I'm going to do is place this pin right here so I remember it. Then place a pin right here so I remember that. And that is the most of what we can do here for now. And with that, I do believe it's about time I wrap up stream, if I'm being honest. What I might, I can actually remove this too. And I'll make this that color instead. What I might do in, the very last thing I'll do. Actually, let me make this black too. The very last thing I think I will do, if I can even, is... oh, go back to Eva. Go back to Eva and get the other Vesta crest that I've been long overdue in getting. There was only one time I was genuinely upset with a boss, and that's Lace 2. That's understandable. I remember having a hard time with the second Lace fight, my first playthrough. The only 2 times I was ever upset with a boss was Savage Beastfly, the second one. The one that happens here, now I think about it, I need to place a pin here to remind me of its existence. Grohl and that stag that you find in Verdania. Those are the only instances of it that I can think of. Every other boss fight I thought was genuinely good, at the very least, or passable. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get back to the stag. Not stag, that is, I'll never be able to break that habit. What playing, oh. There's this NPC here too. Well, I guess we got that for the lore thing. That's the NPC you get the dice from. Alright, now that I have that. Oh. Just hopefully get closer to getting the next Hunter crest upgrade. Okay. Now we just need 4 more. Actually, no, you're right. Grohl sucks. Yeah, because his boss fight is literally just ads half the time. And then before you even get the opportunity to fight Grohl, you have to go through an entire gauntlet of enemies. And pray to God you don't get destroyed by them. And they're all literally the most annoying enemies in the game objectively. Not even by a little bit, just objectively. So yeah, Grohl is my least favorite fight in the entire game. You have anything to say? Nope. Lady, my senses resound. You have grown further beyond the bounds of a bug. Grohl the Great, more like Grohl the great pain in my aft. Permit me to gaze upon your nature, that I may offer clarity. This is the next Vested Crest upgrade. A blue one. I will not be surprised if a future DLC makes it to where we get a red Vested Crest. Either that or another, just one of these. Machina Fura. Now I can finally put the, Fractured Mask there. And free up a space on a lot of my other crests to just, have more suited builds. Alright. What am I doing? Excuse you? Wrong button. Okay, what should I have here? Multi-bind is actually appealing if I'm being honest. Because the entire gimmick of this specific crest is silk, right? And getting additional silk. So I might remove Weaver Light when I get another silk heart and just put, No, I'll try it out for a minute. See how much I like it. But for this, I would like to have, let us use this silk injector on this, let's say. Okay, yeah. Yeah. all lined up. Yep. Alright. This will be my first time trying multi-binder, and for this playthrough, like I said way earlier, I'm trying to use as many different tools as possible. There's one other thing I told myself I was going to do before ending the stream. Oh, go back to Bellheart and check the shop and see if if they give me a bell home yet.
Ada!
Oh, you know what? Something I should remember to do very soon. Is go to Pilgrim's Rest. And make sure everyone's okay over there. Because I've neglected them.
Fidel Pinek.
Not quite. The courier place is open though. Miss Saving, we are together at last. My brother and myself both returned to safety safe. I'm pleased you have found one another. If you are planning to venture out again, I would urge you reconsider for the sake of your shells. We know it. Muchly much. We cannot be leaving this home of bells no more. Here we will remain for shells to survive. But if we instead did plan together, clever. Yes, those pilgrims, them that pass, maybe they will help for small rewards as we have. Even you, Miss Saving. Yes, saving is done. Our wishes now we ask. Now it is time for Miss Courier.
Yunara.
Couriers, I require a rasher of meat for an old bug in the citadel. Can you prepare it for me? A bug up. They knows our finest food. If they appreciate, we can prepare it most prompt, yeah, sorry. I just thought of a character from Final Fantasy 15 who has his name is Prompto. I'm not kidding, his name is Prompto. When I read that, it dazed me a little bit, because I played FF15 not that long ago. So, Miss Courier has only asked. So you have the Courier's Rasher, Pilgrim's Rest supplies, and Bone Bottom supplies. We'll do all these later. I cannot aid you, couriers, not now. My own tasks are too pressing to concern taking on your deliveries. With luck, some pilgrims may pass with sound minds and strength remaining. They may choose to promise your wishes. And we shall pray they come, Miss Saving. Our thanks goes muchly with you still. Ah! Wait. I remember seeing. I'm not sure if it still works. So if I do this. Oh, come on. How did I know it's possible. I think they put invisible wall there because it looks like Hornet is going just straight across. I'll try later. Alright. Because above me is actually a memory locket. Not over here, right here. Up above me is a memory locket. Oh yeah, we can do the Wisp Thicket now. We should probably also see what's over here. Why is this here? Oh, just to remind me it's there. I guess I'll do that one instead. I think next episode we have to go through Bio Waters, unfortunately. Because a lot of the progression I could do right now is being severely held back by that. Not even by a little bit, by a lot. by a lot. It is being held back by that. Sorry, I'm just planning out everything in my head. Just put a pin right here. Remember that quest line. That's all the way out there, man. Alright, I'm going to end the stream here. What we will do for the next stream, I think, is most likely one of the first things we're going to do is go to the Memoriam, which is right here, and pick up Hollow Purple, a Volt Vessel. And then from there, what I believe I might do is probably just go to a lot of these pin locations and pick them off the map. Like, get Silk Shot over here. They're not Silk Shot, what is it called? Silk Dart, there we go. Silk Dart over there. Then we'll probably, go into this part of, Deep Docks to explore most of that, get another craft metal and stuff. And some shell shards, probably fight Ignis and Groan. Cygnus, sorry, not Ignis. Final Fantasy 15 on the brain. Now that my tools are fully upgraded, I'll probably go here and kill this, horn thing, ram horn thing, to save the residents of Pilgrim's Rest. Get the mass shard over here, and then we'll do Biowaters. When's the next stream? I'm not sure. I would like to say tomorrow. No. Wait, no, I think I could stream tomorrow, yeah. The catch is, I'm not sure if it will be a silksong stream. I just know once I do another silksong stream, those will be the things we do. My next stream, because there's a few games I've been meaning to play, like the New Game Plus update for Ghost of Yotei dropped yesterday, and I streamed that. That's the last game I streamed. So there's a part of me that wants to go back to that. In terms of off-camera stuff, the anniversary for this game is coming out soon. And I actually want to play the game on the anniversary of it, you know, just to celebrate its existence. Because I genuinely like this game a lot. I eventually have to go back to Nier Automata, because that's another game I started and I just have not gotten the chance to go back to. I also have FF7 I have to go back to and play that. And is there anything else? Just Gilgamesh, but I do not want to think about him right now. I've been planning on starting a Doom to Dark Ages stream recently. For the Pandemonium mode specifically, and then possibly at a certain point Ultra Nightmare. But that's probably going to be way down the line. I also have to finish Help Wanted. Man, there's a lot I have to do now I think about it. I think I have to make a schedule, because it's just too much for me to just randomly decide on what day to what game to play. It's so inefficient this way. But yeah, if I was... I see FNAF and God of War. Yeah, I do like the God of War games quite a lot. Quite a lot. I pre-ordered this game. And I have 829 hours in it. So yeah, I might like it a little bit. I might like it a little bit. But yeah, those are just the games that I know for a fact I have to play. And like I said, there's a bunch of stuff I have to do off camera for a whole bunch of other games, like this one. I've been meaning to play this on my channel properly for a long time. This is my favorite game of all time right here. I've been meaning to give it the attention it deserves, but I just have not had the time. Especially because the past, like, 2 days... Like, the day after tomorrow, I have, like, a very important business thing I need to do. And the past 2 days, including today, I've had business to do. Like, this morning I had to get up and go to the bank. And then I thought my card got stolen, but no. But yeah, there's a lot on my plate. I'm not sure what game I'll play next stream. Honestly, it'll probably probably be near, because I've been really wanting to play this game again. And ironically enough, for the Final Fantasy VII mobile game Ever Crisis, there's a Nier Automata collab that they're doing for it. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what game I play next. Yeah, I'll post the schedule in the community tab on YouTube. Yeah, I think I'll have to do that. I think I'll have to find a way to make an appealing looking schedule thing, and then post it on the YouTube thing for anyone who's wondering, and then they can see when certain streams will be. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream there. If you enjoyed the stream, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and remember to always stay anonymous.